Well then, we've got an update this morning. Let's see if the save converts all right. Music sounds a little quiet. That's weird. Well, last time we updated it didn't need to even convert the save. Now it just doesn't want to play the music. Okay, that's not a good sign. Wow, okay. Multiplayer fixes are definitely the highlight. Okay, it doesn't need to convert the save. That's impressive. That's 2 updates in a row where it didn't need to do that lengthy save conversion process. Alright, integrity check for the character. Skills are all intact. Oops. Still at 82 kilo. Still at 13,526 kills. Everything's looking good. We'll tentatively call that update a success. To be entirely honest, I was hoping that it would take a minute to convert the save, because then I would have a moment to actually work on my thumbnails. I got a little bit of a, not an officially late start this morning, but I've had better, that's for sure. Usually what I do is before I start streaming, I have a thumbnail prepped for the previous chapter. And then I can do a thumbnail for the next one here. So bear with me just a moment as I put together a thumbnail for the previous one. Usually I can make do with the screenshots that I take at the end of the series. And I was wrong. I thought last part was part 32. I lost track. Wait, what? Last part was 31. I was correct about that. I'm... Hang on a second. Now I've got to look at my... Okay, last part was part 32. Oh, man. I didn't update the description of last part. That would be the reason why. Very disorganized this morning. We all have mornings like that. That's more like it. And I'm just going to stick with the current thumbnail for today's stream. Hopefully YouTube doesn't punish me too much. For some reason, it does seem as though when I stick with the same thumbnail for multiple streams in a row, YouTube doesn't recommend me as much. I shouldn't be able to hear a generator where I'm standing. Kingdom Come Deliverance. I've heard of it, yes. I've heard the first one was substantially better than the second, but I have not played it personally. Okay, something is wrong with the audio after the update. I don't see any new settings. Morning, Kitio. First thing I've noticed when I booted up the game after today's update was something sounded weird with the music. Okay, it took a second, but the generator sounds do go away. I could be wrong, but I feel like they're reaching way farther than they used to. Okay. So the doors closing have a new cadence to it? Or it sounds like the sound is getting cut off. Interesting. I'm hearing... maybe I'm just oversensitive to audio changes. No, there is something different here. I can't put my finger on it yet. If anybody watching has, is very... Morning, Zacto. How's it going? No. Okay, listen to this. Every single sound is getting cut off a little bit. Like, almost every single sound. Okay, not every single sound, but like every other sound or something. Okay, that's not good at all. I really, 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 really hope whatever that is, they hotfix it. Let me just take another look through the... I care about multiplayer fixes that are not related to sound. That entire section for SFX. I'm not seeing anything that would... Okay, fixed ambient sound stopping on player death. Why do I get the feeling that they broke a few things by fixing that? I'm going to need to ease myself into combat, like very slowly. Whenever there's something that changes with sound, sound is my greatest weapon. My greatest weapon and my greatest armor is sound. So I'm just going to kind of mosey on foot and just see if I can find a few Zeds and see what they sound like from different angles. If nothing sounds too different with the Zeds, then I'm not going to care. I'm going to care far less about anything else if the Zeds don't sound very different.
Hey!
Okay, that sounds more or less right. Actually, I'm intentionally letting him get behind me. Okay. That sounds about right. Give me a fence thump from the right. Okay, okay. Like I said, I'm really sussed out about certain audio changes since the game updated just now. But zombie audio sounds about the same. I'm not hearing anything substantially different, so I don't... What all the problems that I'm thinking of that could be caused by sound changes are at least not necessarily going to be a threat to my safety. At least not yet. Anyway, we were working on cleaning up Jericho here, and boy howdy, there are a lot to clean up. Bag noises are about... The bag noises of opening a bag have been cut down to like a third of what they were before. I'm not too upset about that specifically, but it's one of those just, you know, obviously it didn't seem to make the patch notes. I didn't see anything in there about bags. There it is. Under, I would assume it would be under SFX. New sounds for wooden doors, but I mean, I don't have any wooden doors here. Disassembling, playing the incorrect SFX. I don't recall that being a problem, but okay. Yeah, nothing about that. So yet another one of those undisclosed changes. It's a small change, but when I see things like this, and they're not mentioned in the patch notes. Okay. That's definitely noticeably louder. It doesn't sound too different when I'm outside the vehicle. Again, it sounds like things are getting cut off. But if they've made changes to some door sounds, maybe they changed all door sounds. I don't know. I swear that they have changed more than what they've shown in the patch notes, but that's always what happens, isn't it? Updated existing firearm models and firearm attachment placement. Okay, so what is that? What is that? Does that mean that... I don't think that doesn't sound like they've changed anything about what weapons can take what attachments. Just what they look like visually. The music is fucking quiet as fuck too, and I don't understand that right now. I mean, did they just turn the music volume to exponential instead of linear? Yeah, ammo straps are... Again, I wish I knew exactly where I found them. I would have to go back through all of my stream's transcripts. Okay, engine noises are definitely too loud if you turn them to 100%. I just set it to 100 to see if I was missing anything. That sounds okay. Who's attacking a door? There's more up this road than I thought. A lot more up this road than I thought. I'm just going to use the sound of the engine to pull a few out. It was in police bags. That's what I thought. But my memories my memory could be misfiring. All right, we have no guns on us right now. We are entirely melee. If I feel overwhelmed in the slightest, we'll fall back and get the combat truck. Wish I could. Hang on a second. Yes, I can. Okay. This is from OBS. This is just the mixer panel. And I'm just going to keep this on screen for a minute. I'm going to make it harder to see here. Because I have... Something feels different about the audio. And if I put it there on the screen, it'll be a little easier to see what's going on here. My microphone is what is on the right side there, and the surround sound is what is on the left there. Okay. You see how one speaker and one speaker only is peaking every time that zombie hits the Okay. I don't know what it is. Something feels like they've normalized the audio a little bit. Normalization is where you kind of take all the channels or it's not always a cross-channel thing. Sometimes it's just you kind of level the volume of everything, if that makes sense. Except combat sounds, particularly when I hit zombies or something, that sounds louder than everything else. Gonna queue up there. Morning VTSS, how's it going? Yes, Luchador, we are currently looking into the changes they've done to audio. Maybe I'm just oversensitive to sound, but it sounds like they get it. It sounds like they've changed a lot more than what they've shown in the patch notes when it comes to audio. That guy might have just been a silent asshole. Nothing new about that. We've had those since 42.13. But did you notice there that all my levels peaked into the yellow when I killed that zombie? Why? Why is zombie death sounds that loud? What's going on with that? That doesn't sound like it used to. Watch how the bars get into the yellow when I do this. Look at that. That's just like all four speakers except the subwoofer just go straight into the yellow. Oh no, yes, I migrated my save. Not a single problem. It didn't even have to do the map tile changes. That's 2 saves in a row where it has not had to do the map tile changes. Check the config to see if surround is on. That was another thing, is I don't even know I'm pretty sure surround is fine. You can see that the channels are going in differently. If surround was not on, like if I was playing 7 Days to Die, you would only see left and right peaking. There would not be anything on surround left or surround right or center. So it's definitely doing surround sound. It just, certain things sound weird and different, and I can't really articulate the differences yet. That's kind of why I had to put the mixer on screen there. I feel like I'm going insane because the changes are subtle, but they stick out to me really hard. I'm probably going to need to continue killing them up there because I don't know. Yeah, I mean, look at that. We've still got some up here, and they're going to be following the sound of the generator eventually. But yeah, for anybody joining, welcome. We have not had any problems whatsoever with the whatchamacallit, with the save. Just the game itself sounds a little bit weird. Like the audio sounds a little weird. They definitely did something to the audio. And as I was just commenting, it seems like right now the most weirdest thing to me is the door sounds. All doors sound wrong. Like the moment I booted up the game, the music sounded weird. Like there was an unnecessarily long fade into the tracks, both of them. The main menu theme and the loading your save theme. Both of them had this unusually long, like almost like a 10-second fade in or something like that. It was very weird. Okay. Let me go ahead and gear up. That's going to take some getting used to. All of my guns seem to be intact. No changes to the attachments. They did say something about visually changing the attachments. Let's see if that manifested on my MSR7T. It still does look a little goofy with the laser sight being an undermount, the very edge of the barrel. And that might be realistic. I actually don't know. I've never seen a really long rifle with a scope like that have a laser attachment. You shit me, Renzer. Did they really? I haven't actually gotten a chance to look through the fixes. I've just been crying about the audio for pretty much the entire stream so far. I have this is going to be the first shot that I've fired outside of Jericho. So I actually have no idea exactly how many this is going to bring down upon us, but it needs to happen. I need to know how many are lurking. Where is this guy going? Hiding in front of the tree there. This guy is interesting. He's a, whatchamacallit, this guy here, he's got no damage on him. Zombies without any visual damage are an interesting phenomenon. Jesse, it's time to cook. Heisenberg? Tell me that doesn't... Oh, man, I can't see him. Hang on. Unwritten patch note. Removed sound of rendering grass. Yeah, no, that's Walter White. 100%. Well, I'll kill him, but I don't have a blunt weapon. That's the problem. Whenever I want to kill a zombie without damaging them too much. Oh, here we go. I got the claw hammer. Yeah, see how none of his clothes have any holes in them? That was something that I found interesting about this guy, mostly. Now they've also, like I was saying this before, it seems like they've like almost muted the bag sounds into oblivion. They're like down to like 1/3 or maybe even 1/4 what they used to be. I don't really hate it, but it's a thing. I actually have never used a propane lantern. You know, if I was going to do this, maybe I should have actually gotten the ammo out instead of just the gun. But it is better to discharge down that road instead of, whatchamacallit, instead of, just right there in the middle of my own parking lot. Sounds like we woke up an unknown number of them in the apartments on this road, or the townhouses on this road, too. A loud, annoying hiss. I see. They more than tripled the distance you can hear zombies thumping. Interesting. That definitely explains some of what I'm hearing there. So what goes with that? With the tripling of the sound of the zombies thumping, does that mean that zombies will continue thumping indefinitely from triple the distance? Or have they always been doing that and I've just not been hearing it? I would believe either at this point. Oh, wow. That's significant. I had been meaning to put my bandolier on. And I'm drinking a lot of milk right now because I need to get back into weight gain, just not too far back into weight gain. There we go. So now I got the double chevrons back. It's just an SFX change. Okay, so that means zombies have always been flappy. I just haven't been hearing it. I don't know how I feel about that. Because I remember hearing that they don't actually damage the doors unless you're a little bit closer. And I've always found that to be utter bullshit. I mean, if I can hear the sound of them damaging it, why not just let them damage it? I seriously doubt I'm going to use all 230 of these rounds, but I'm loading up anyway. It's the second time in a row that I was supposed to put on the bandolier and I forgot about it. I'm still not 100% awake yet. All right. I don't suppose the guns are actually going to help us that much when it comes to going inside and clearing out whoever is slapping. So I'll temporarily put the guns back and just go in there with my armor on and see what we can deal with. You know, shouldn't that be a little louder? Again, this is where I'm feeling like they've normalized the audio somehow. It's like there's normalized, if you're not familiar. It's where you're evening the amplitude of everything that you're hearing. It reduces the it makes noises stand out less. I would never have guessed. Like look at this right here. The one that's right next to me is barely louder than the one that is over there on the other side. It doesn't make sense. Nothing wrong with the combat noises, though. They're peaking like they always do. Center speaker, most likely. Fatigue kicks in. Okay, again. Everything has been made quieter somehow. Everything. I'm not going insane now. Everything down to the goddamn flashlight being turned on and off. Like 99% of the game. The only thing that sounds the same as it used to is killing zombies. The death sound. I'm sorry, guys. I know I'm harping on about this, but I cannot stress enough. Sound is the only reason I'm still alive right now in this game. Of course, nobody's really talking about the... No, nobody's talking about the sound. Bug reports, maybe? No. It only just dropped. No. We turned literally everything up. Okay, jump scare SFX is the only thing that's turned. You know what? Just for the sake of... Let's turn jump scare SFX back on and see if anything changes. No, nothing has changed. It's just... Sound volume, music volume, jump scare SFX, vehicle engines, music library, music action, enable VoIP, recording device, that's my mic, VoIP mode, listen, voice activity, aggressive, out of my gain, microphone boot, all this is just shit about, like basically after this point, it's all voice related stuff. So there's no new settings. We have a couple incoming too. Debating whether drinking a coffee. I think I can handle 2 zombies without it, but if there's too many more. I mean, like, again, it's... I could probably get used to this, but the thing is, I don't want to. I don't want to get used to this. The game had really good sound design. I don't understand how they could fuck this much up. It doesn't seem like... I really need to get in the habit of backing up versions of the game. Because they changed absolutely nothing for the better that I can see it right now, at least. Okay, maybe they fixed the vehicle entry bug. Maybe that. Yeah, no, I'm going to drink a coffee. Those guys are just a little too close to my base. There's no config files for the sounds that show options that are not in the game, are there? Nothing's jumping out at me. Yeah, nothing's jumping out at me. I don't think they've changed anything or I don't think they've added or removed anything here. Ambient volume. I don't know what that is. That I feel like that might be the engine noise. But I don't see the word ambient in any of the in-game sounds. I don't think that's... Okay, you know what? Forgive me. I'm just going to close and reopen the game really quick. I want to see if the options dialogue that we were just looking at, I want to see if anything about that changes after we close and reopen the game. So stand by just a moment. Okay, nothing about that has changed. Let's do the search for the word volume. Okay, now look at that. That's interesting. So vehicle engine volume is its own thing. And yet ambient volume is apparently a thing, but I don't recall seeing ambient volume in the in-game sliders. I'm just, for the sake of sake, manually changing that to 10. I don't think that's going to change anything, but let's find out. I am willing to try anything at this point. Where's the music? Why did the music have a 10-second fade in just now? Or like 5-second fade in? Why? Interestingly enough, I don't think I see any or hear anybody slapping doors anymore. I wonder if closing and reopening the game actually made them stop slapping the doors.
Hey!
I mean, yeah, I didn't expect it to. I didn't expect the save to go kaput, but if it had, I just would have rolled back the game a little bit, because none of these updates are worth starting over. Not in the slightest. Honestly, if they update out, if they were to put outdated and unstable up there as 42.17, if I would roll back right now just because of these audio issues. Because literally nothing that they've changed that I can tell so far seems to be worth the... Again, why? What system had to be changed to nerf every single sound, except for a few other things, down to like a third of what it was before? And who didn't catch that before this update went out? I don't know. It's just... I don't want to be mean about it, I really don't, but... Hope everybody else is doing well this morning, because I'm doing alright. I'm doing alright. I'm not mad about it. I'm not that mad. I'm not going to let this bother me too much. Promise. He said with a straight face. Front door over there. Yeah, I don't think changing the ambient auto slider did anything. Oh well, I'm just gonna have to deal with it. Needless to say that if it actually results in something objectively detrimental that, you know, puts us in harm's way more than it otherwise would have, I'll be the first to be bitching about it. I'll point it out as clearly as possible when it happens. I can take my heavy armor off. I think we're clear on foot mobiles within the first block of houses here. That's mostly what I was hoping to be rid of for now. Yeah, no, that's that weight gain didn't last very long. I have sorely overestimated the amount of calories in a liter of milk. I don't know if anything has changed with that or if I'm just remembering it differently. I swear a liter used to be about 1,000, but that might be 2 liters. It might be 2 liters of milk that I'm confusing that with. In any case, we're in weight gain now. I'll go ahead and hit the sack here. Project Zomboid is not nerfed in my audio here. I can turn my own speaker volume up. This is a very ham-fisted fix, though. And it doesn't help when the sounds are just that quiet. I could set my volume to 100, and it still won't sound right to me. But that's because they've reduced it by more than a third. I can't set my volume to 150% here. So let me try 40. I think the sword is done. I can stick with my machete for now. Animal trailer should still be here. Oh, it's made its way around the corner. Look at that, guys. It's made its way around the corner. This fucking thing. I will get them a animal pen put together. Not long from now, actually. Let me go ahead and sometimes what I like to do is use this house over here. But since I learned that they need to be outdoors, or at least that helps tremendously with their stress reduction is to be outdoors, I'm gonna like convert the backyard of this house into a animal yard. That's just going to require me to, like, extend the fence in this direction. And then like that. Yeah, that should work. Well, okay, so VTSS, the real thing you're saying there is, are they going to be able to fix this as a hot fix or a version update, right? So this is 42.18.0. Are we going to get a 42.18.1 that fixes the audio balancing problems that seem to be that are haunting me right now? I seriously doubt it. I don't think they have ever fixed anything quality of life related in a hot fix update, a 0.1 or 0.1, 0.2, those sort of updates. I don't think that's ever happened. At least if it has, I do not remember it. There are several things. I mean, like the vehicle trunk sizes, for example. I consider that almost more important than the audio balancing problems that we're hearing right now, and that was not fixed. So I mean, I was supposed to get my satchel. I got my satchel, then I could move these hedges. It was this hedge, I think, one or two of these hedges that got me this character's first injury. She had never taken an injury until she tried to cross through this one of the rows of hedges here, and she got a scratch on her head. Yeah, I do doubt it. I'm not going to say that I wouldn't be happy if they did. I'd be exuberant if they did, but because they have a precedent of not going out of their way for QOL, I don't expect it. I need my satchel back. Now that we're done with combat for a minute. We do have some nails on us. Once again, out of weight gain. I need to fix this now. This is getting extremely annoying. I'm just not putting in enough calories per let's use my 2-liter bottle here. Now that should hopefully. Okay. I've never downgraded an active save. I would lose. What would I lose? About an hour of progress if I had to roll back my save. I'll give it some more time. I'm prone to complain, but I'm also prone to just deal with it. Yeah, I'll go ahead and deal with it for now. Wow. The first person to post about sound changes is somebody crying about PvP. I'm going to leave that where it is. Don't comment on Sully's icon. Don't do it. Don't be mean. Yeah, carry on, Mortonall. That is kind of where I'm going with it. Military hydro packs are now 3 liters. Okay. I'm assuming they still only have 15 encumbrance for somebody with organized, so still useless, but I guess if you want to take a high thirst. Sorry if I seem a bit low energy. I'm still parsing through a few things that are unrelated to the game, actually. And I'm also considering my sleep schedule. I did drink a coffee, so I presume I'm probably not going to be able to sleep even if I try right now. So I'm just going to keep an eye on my weight gain and make sure that I don't drop out of weight gain. Because if I do, then that means... I don't know what that means. It means something. It means memes. It means I should have had a fire axe down here. I'm going to go raid one of my field kits. I think LBMW can sacrifice its axe for a minute. To remind me that I'm borrowing the axe from LBMW. Except I'm not... hang on a second. LBMW doesn't have an axe. Ooh. Oofers. Oofers. I've already borrowed its axe and never given it back. That's a big oof right there. That's a colossal oof. For somebody who is a fire officer and who does enjoy their axes, I have criminally neglected my axe collection. What I want is the Camelback update. I want to be able to right-click on any backpack and hit Add Camelback. Reduce the encumbrance that it can carry by 1 and give me 2 liters of liquid storage, something like that. Or actually, no, just don't even decrease the amount of No. How about look at this. You see this little slot down here called backpack bottom? Why don't they give us something else that we can put in that slot? Huh? Why not that? That would be great. I would really like that. I've complained about that many times if anybody's not familiar. I'm glad that they didn't do anything to reduce the most annoying sounds in the game. The most annoying sounds like cutting wood. No, they did nothing to reduce that. That's still peeking straight into the fucking red over here. Look at that shit. God. You see, for you guys, all I got to do is lower this slider a little bit, and you don't hear the audio peaking above that. So by cutting it down to there, you'll never hear it go in the red on your side. On my side, I get to hear it in surround sound. I get to hear it in 4K. Don't worry, I won't VTSS, I promise. Are you telling me that? Okay, so if they changed, did they change something else about the Western Canteen? Oh wait, leather being 1.8. Ooh. Let me see if that applies to the ones I made myself. Because I got 2 right here. Now, let me try emptying it real quick. No, it doesn't seem to do anything differently, but that probably only applies to new ones. So I'd probably have to make a new one. Right, gotcha, Ranzera, that makes sense. Items as they were remain as they were for the most part. I will leave the axe next to the fire truck, and we're gonna go get our second sleep, assuming we can. Yes. Good. Remaining in weight gain while I sleep. I don't know if you heard that. Somebody's alarm clock went off in one of the nearby houses. I've never heard that before, so they've increased the radius of alarm clocks. But there's then again, did they do that specifically to alarm clocks, or did they do that to an entire category of sounds? That would explain everything right now, right? If what they talk about in the patch notes, if what they were doing is not actually changing specific sounds as much as they were changing entire categories of sounds, that would explain everything in my mind. But I have not exactly looked at how sound SFX files in this game are defined. I haven't looked at any of that. I've never even perused an audio file. The most I've ever done is extract the music, which is the devs don't want us to say how to do that, but once you have the right software, you click a few buttons. That's about it. All right, still in weight gain, so I'm going to hold on to that. We do have another dispenser bottle full of milk in the race car that I need to keep in mind. Now that I have the shovel, I can pick these things up. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Oh, look at that. Isn't that precious? We can see just how few directions there are now. You know what? I don't hate it. I'm not too mad about it. I hate that so much, Ranzer. I hate that so much. I wish they would block... I'm 100% sure they used to block the bandolier, the bandolier slot. And that, I understood that. I understood that completely. But the fact that satchels don't block the bandolier slot... yeah, no, I can't square that circle in my head. It just doesn't sound right. Forgot that I could just do that. Hey there. Yeah, glad you enjoy the stuff. I'll definitely be keeping it up for now. I don't know if I'll be able to keep this pace forever, but for the immediate future, definitely. Now look at this. This is interesting. The winter version of these bushes is layered in front of the summer version. So you can see the naked branches. That's what it looks like in the winter. But the leaves there, that's what it's supposed to look. You're supposed to have one or the other, not both. That's new for this patch. Now that might be, I could easily see that being a problem of me having converted the save. So I'm not gonna complain about that. I mean, and now look at that. It's like appearing and disappearing. That's kind of funny. See, if I were to try to report that as a bug report, the devs would, I suppose I could say this is valid. They would not want to engage with it because it is from a migrated save. I would have to start a new save and then see if it, and then I could report it, maybe. Not that they would listen to me in that case either, but, yeah. No, that's, 42 is definitely a very big time sink. That's actually one of the reasons I like it. It does not attribute to its appeal to the ordinary gamer, because the ordinary gamer doesn't want to spend 200 hours getting ready for a zombie slaying operation. I can only say that I think someday it will be a lot better, because there will be whatchamacallit, NPCs to do that bitch work for us. I could just hope that maybe we actually see them someday while we're young. The webbing attachable canteens also got buffed. Okay. Now that's curious. Many of the tents in the military checkpoints I never actually went in and looted. So if I go in and loot them now, maybe they'll spawn in now on the new version, and I'll get some bigger ones. Mario, how's it going? Well, yeah, webbing equals light plus knife is a pretty standard kit for me. I could see a situation or two where I would put a canteen instead of a knife. It'd be limited, though. So this animal pen that I'm building right now is not just for the turkeys we found. It's also going to be for, we're going to bring a cow. I think I'm going to take my cows from Riverside, because I have some cows at Riverside and Phallus Lake. But I went through a lot of effort for the cows at Phallus Lake to be there, so they can stay there. But the ones at Riverside, I basically just found them early game and then set them with enough food and water for most of the rest of the game. So I could easily bring them over, and that wouldn't subtract from any of my other bases. Oh, we've already seen it just earlier, Mario. What that really means is if I were to go up here a little bit down this street in the top center there and discharge a rifle, I would be hearing zombies thumping from the or the townhouse complex all the way down this road in the top right corner. So it would pull zombies from an adjacent block that are indoors. Now, Ranzera mentioned that it's probably that they've always been, the zombies that are there have always actually heard us and have always been thumping, but now we hear it from almost twice as far now. What was it, 20 to 70? That's 3 times. Okay, so I was thinking about making it flush with the edge of the house here, so that would be just these last two. Right. Oops. So I don't know if you caught this yesterday, everybody, but KTO convinced me to try frame packs, and they're freaking busted. These things right here, too large leather in order to make them. So this is the result of 2 cows worth of leather, is what that is. But the size is freaking astronomical. It's 45 encumbrance for an organized person. We can literally carry a generator in our hand. The only catch is we've got to drop so much stuff first before we put it in the bag, so that our encumbrance in our main inventory is less than 10, which is just like trying to pick up a fridge. So it's not easy, but it actually works. We were able to successfully carry a generator in our hand, a full generator, like one of the ones that weigh 40. But there's also everyday uses that have nothing to do with generators. We can now fit 15 planks into a handbag, which is moi. I love it. A tile is actually a meter, isn't it? I always thought a tile was a meter, square meter. I'm not 100% on that, though. So what do we need? A total of 5 more planks. Hey, look, there's 6. We might go short on nails. Yes. And that's okay. We've got the planks here. Let me saw one more log, and then we'll have enough for the door. We were going to need to go get probably a handle anyway. Yeah, at least a hinge. We're currently unhinged. We're half unhinged. Just halfway unhinged. Coffee on the floor had 3 charges in it. That's not bad. Copper kettle in here. That might be my new claw hammer right there. Mine is less than half integrity. Took a long time to break it, but yeah. Expedition ambulance is going to have spare boxes and nails. I'm just going to take them both out. Or it's supposed to. Guess it only has one left. Y'all hear the, yeah, somebody set their alarm and we can hear it from 70 tiles. Again, I am more and more convinced as time goes on that we are definitely looking at them just changing entire categories of sounds and not just specific sounds. Alright, catch you later, Renzo. Have a good one. We don't yet have very much in the way of organized storage for things, but I can at least get food-related stuff next to the fridge. Food and cooking-related stuff. I don't know why I put the firefighter axe away. I still need it. Does it look wrong without a corner? Kinda. I can actually fix that. Yeah, so we can build wooden poles. They block movement, so be careful about where you build those, because now if I try to do this, or is it the other way? Yes, wooden poles block movement for some reason. But I don't see myself wanting to go, like, in that direction too often. And I'm also gonna do a way into the animal yard here. We're gonna do a double gate. How about we do it like this? Let's do double gates so that we can just drive straight through the animal yard. So if I do a double gate on the other side of the driveway here, and then a double gate right across from it, we've got an animal yard and a way through it. I seriously doubt I'll be able to use that way through very often once the animals are in there, because the things are, well, that's not always a big problem. Once animals trust you, all you got to do is hit Q, and they will come right over to you. So I can actually get the animals out of the way. A few patches ago, I probably would have never considered that, but I think now I'm going to do it. I'm just going to leave the doghouse there. My turkeys get to have a doghouse instead of a coop. Right now, coops just seem to cause problems. Leaving them outside in a double fenced area seems to be the best solution. And I said something about putting the axe away, but then I never got it back out. Speaking of never doing things, I'm still carrying around the stupid stove that I picked up. I will put it in the trunk here. Yeah, I know. Coops literally kill them right now. I know they want us to clean them. That's not a player job. That's an NPC job. Again, I understand why they added the mechanic there, but it should not have been a thing that is required yet. Right? I mean, it makes perfect sense that opening and closing the coop and having the predator comes to eat your chickens thing, you know, the fox coming by even though foxes don't exist. I'm glad that mechanic... Why does that even exist? It shouldn't exist yet. If they want foxes to come steal our chickens, put foxes in the game. Make it so I can actually kill the fox and eat that thing instead. Don't just make some mechanic that you have off by default in the sandbox settings that just makes things randomly disappear if you don't close the... Don't do that. I'm sorry, I know I'm not a game dev, and I shouldn't be giving them advice on developing games, but the entire chicken coop mechanic is just a brimming example of a grievous misallocation of valuable development resources. Pay attention, Ryben. This is how you gripe. I am really loving this frame pack, though. It's pretty good. Alright, so right now I've got enough hinges and knobs for one gate. If I go ahead and build the one over here first, it will be more useful. I think you're supposed to put the materials, or you're supposed to stand on this side when you're building it. Did they fix important stuff? So far, my rating of this patch, the amount of important things, is pretty low. And that's mostly because I'm biased against what they've done with the sound so far. I'm not seeing very clearly the update. I have heard of some good things, such as the changes to the liquid storage amounts for certain things, and that's cool. Yeah, a lot of the fixes were MP related. I mean, even the things that were not explicitly MP. Who really needed sounds increasing distance this much? The first person to complain about it was somebody bitching about multiplayer. At least the first official complaint was multiplayer. My complaints are all unofficial because they don't listen to me. Looks like we only need one more plank. Yeah, we got 7 right here. Hey, look, there's a tree around the corner. And it's a... there you are. Give me that log. Beautiful. What? What? Why? Why? Okay, it's still okay. I just have to deal with one random segment of the fence missing. It's still technically there. That wasn't a problem before, but I also haven't built one of these double fences in a long time, the wooden ones at least. Yeah, good question. Huh, is the correct response to that. How do you fuck this up? Oh, now it doesn't. Okay. Okay. It's selective. It's very selective. I guess I just gotta fucking deal with it. That's fine. That's not the first thing. Won't be the last. Problem. Yeah. Another thing. I just alluded to this. I don't know if that is latest version or not. That could have been a problem for a while. Quantum. Sounds about right. Alright, just one more gate and then 3 more walls or something like that. 4 more walls on this side. I'm going to... We've got a couple of, whatchamacallit, logs down here. Should have just sawed these up from the beginning. Huh. I've made a critical error. Yep, I have made a critical error. You know, the funny thing is I can still make it work. It's just gonna look a little silly. I'm gonna try not to think about it too hard. I'm just gonna do it. It'll work. We need 2 knobs and 4 hinges. But I don't think there's gonna be many more left in here. After, yeah, we just got the bedroom and the front door's already grabbed. Let me go ahead and disassemble the interior doors. We'll want to make it right here. Oh, okay. So it's not like the, this won't work. Oh, what? How did that work? I don't think that should have worked, but I guess it did. Okay. That one doesn't have the problem. Fascinating. So what I'm going to do is a little bit of shenanigans here. Okay, so that's fun. I never... Oh, woman, you did not have... That's what I get for tapping E. So I'm going to just do an extra. Yeah, I'm just going to do an extra. I'll finish that after I get a first sleep here. We're staying up a bit late. None of this is worth trashing my sleep schedule ever. Once again, I am asking you to stop forgetting about the frickin' chrome oven. I will drop it on the floor up here, since I keep forgetting about it. Maybe if I visually see it. It looks a little silly, but it works. I don't know why it was messed up before, but there we go. And I still have a little bit of planks left over after that. But my tactical oven, no. Just need 4 more planks total. We still have tons of trees to wipe out over here. Beautiful. Very, very beautiful. It's just going to need some, whatchamacallit, it's just going to need some animal troughs now, feeding troughs. when it comes to water, I prefer the metal ones. I also prefer to steal them when it comes to the metal ones, but we won't have the ability to do that anytime soon because there's no... It's Louisville. There's no farms around here. We would have to go a little ways into the field to locate any things of those categories that we could steal. Just 4 steel sheets for that. That's right in here, should be. No. Okay, then. Thought I put... You know, I don't think I actually have very many steel sheets here. Okay, that's fine. We'll find some steel sheets elsewhere. We're just going to do a logistics run to get some more. Because we're going to need steel sheets for other things, especially storage. Storage is going to be critical because I'm going to need to make them out of... make the storage containers out of large steel sheets, small steel sheets, and a little bit of scrap metal. So I haven't gone into weight loss yet, but I'm still not gaining much more. I'm going to probably make some soups with the beans that we've got here. We've got a lot of beans. It's a grocery store. But I have to step away briefly IRL real quick. Yeah, about that. It's not just zombie thumping that they made it so that it plays 70 tiles away. I will be right back just a moment here. All right, so I've returned. Appreciate everybody sticking around. And we are about to run out of milk, so we might have no choice other than to cook. I don't feel like... Well, okay, no, we do have another choice. In fact, I should get this set up. So here's what I'm going to do. We're going to shift gears away from construction for a brief moment here and move to the interior of the base and get this stove put in. I also might shift some of these cabinets around, but I'm going to leave that decision for a little bit later. For now, what I want is a spot to put the dispenser bottle, which is going to be right here. The dispenser bottle, or the bottle's right there, the dispenser needs to go right here. And the dispenser will be a milk dispenser. And when we have milk on tap, we can much more easily consume a 2 liter of milk when we are out of weight gain. So 2 liter of milk, I think that's what I was confusing with it earlier. 2 liters of milk should absolutely take me from weight neutral to weight gain and keep me there for a reliable period of time. Because 2 liters of milk is basically a huge infusion of calories. Like just, I think it's a little over 1,000. That was what I was saying earlier about 1 liter of milk, but I think I was confusing it with 2. Because if you just consumed 1,000 calories while you're not in weight gain or loss, 1,000 should usually be enough to bring you into weight gain, because there's only like this 1,200 calorie range, and I think it does change based on where you're at though. Yeah, see, I just ate chips times 2, that was 1,400 calories. Sorry, yeah, that's 720 each, so something around there. So we are going to go do a logistics run. That's going to get us steel sheets for the to build some feeding troughs for the animals, and that will also get us a dispenser, a liquid dispenser, from the staging point. We have one there. So we're going to take this white car, which is a throwaway vehicle, back to the staging point down the railroad tracks, where we've got the Ranger bull driver, and it is loaded up with a bunch of steel stuff, and we can acquire even more steel stuff to go with that. There are welded wrecks of vehicles. I was supposed to turn back here. I am not kitted out for combat, but I've got my self-defense weaponry, so we should be good. We've been back and forth on this track a few times without problems. Normally I can do that while cruise control is on, but not in a place where I've got to be this careful about it. I'm not going to bring it over 60 miles an hour because, yeah, see, look at this. We got some... I don't know where these guys came from. This roadway was clear. Was. It ain't no more. This is a substantially elevated presence here. It was virtually clean up here earlier. Don't know what's going on there. No sound from her at all. I know I could... You know what probably happened here? What we're probably looking at is a displacement from the discharges that I did on the road all the way up there. That actually would make sense to me right now. There was... I don't remember how many there were down there on that road. I feel like that road had almost nobody in it, but it just feels at this point. I know for a fact that this stretch of railroad track across the road was a ghost town for the first, 6 trips back and forth. But whatever. I am armed for self-defense, and that's good enough for now. If we saw bigger groups than that, I definitely would have gone back to get my weapons. See, one thing that is interesting, worth remarking on, sometimes we're going to hear the sounds of zombies stepping through bushes through the fence. And I don't think the fence actually muffles them much, if at all. That was something that was happening before this patch, so that's just a thing that's been happening. And I think that's what we were just hearing just now. If nothing else, it's good to know that I can still reliably hear somebody pushing through bushes nearby. But yeah, that's a little segment of road that we built ourselves so that we can link up with the checkpoint staging area here. How's it going, Kraken? You are correct, objectively. You're correct to like trains. Chugga chugga choo choo. Normally I like to tow when I do these transitions. I didn't have something staged for the bull driver here because the bull driver is actually something we found. It was something we found at Jericho and came back here with, so it is okay to be where it is. What I'm going to do is I am going to tow... I think I'm going to tow that... what is it? The state trooper over there. But I might need to pull the tires off to do that. So, a little bit of an exploit here. The weight of the water dispenser doesn't actually change when you put a full whatchamacallit, a full bottle on it. So we put a full bottle on it, and now it still weighs 30. So we have a full water dispenser with us now. Oh no, I lied about that. Okay, so the amount of weight you have to use in order to pick it up doesn't change. But then once it's in your inventory, it weighs more. Good to know. I do have my kit on me, so I will be able to peel the tires off of the state trooper car so that we can tow it, because I will not be able to tow it. The KY Ranger we discovered, despite the light bar, it's not one of those special ones. Kentucky Parks and Rec seems to have not had the budget to afford a proper engine for their bull driver. The way the law enforcement boys get, they get to have higher horsepower in their engines. Engine quality is only 69, so it's kind of useless except as a decoration. But it's right in front of me, so I'll take it. And here's an interesting breakpoint. I can carry around 3 tires. I can carry around 3 tires in this frame pack. I really hope they don't nerf frame packs, because that's actually pretty amazing. Being able to carry around 4 tires and only 2 backpacks without having one of them to be, completely emptied out is pretty good. So I think we just have enough horsepower for this tow without wheels. With wheels, it wouldn't have happened. Oh, I don't know if we can even manage this. Oh, that's pathetic. Oh, that's fucking pathetic. It's got performance tires, but some of them could use a pump. Problem is, I don't think we have a pump. No, my field kit usually doesn't include tire pumps because I use them far less often. Let's see if I can get lucky. Ratchet wrench, gas can. All right, why not? Ratchet wrench. Okay, no pumps here. It's fine. Actually, what am I doing? The state trooper car can probably tow the Ranger. I should give that a shot. I feel like it might be able to do it. I should have considered that. I forgot that this car is 480 horsepower. That is actually just 10 below the ambulance. That doesn't guarantee that it's going to be able to tow, but it's going to probably do better than the Ranger. Which is, that's a commentary in and of itself right there. There's only 2 liters in it. I'm going to siphon a little bit out of these throwaway cars here. Also, I might have engine parts in here. Or, no, I would have brought them. Okay, I brought them all with me. That's fine. Gonna laugh so hard if this does better. It probably will. Mm, how about second? Yeah. Nope. But that was getting close enough. I'm just going to try taking the tires off, and if this doesn't work, then I'm just going to drive it back by itself. I'm not doing a drive in reverse down the railroad tracks. That's just going to take way too long. All the time I've spent trying different things here, that is still not a fraction of what we would spend if I just towed it in reverse. So I would sooner leave one of them behind than do that. Oh, maybe I should actually. Okay, here we go. Yep, I think we got this. I can already tell. And this is going to be the first time I've towed a vehicle without wheels on the tracks, I think. So, believe it or not, this actually feels more stable than I was expecting. Towing without wheels can get really wacky. But most of the wackiness comes when you start going over like 40 miles an hour, or when you start trying to take turns, curve turns, or hard turns even. Any sort of turn that starts kind of flipping out a little bit behind you. Not going to exceed 50. This is a lot more stable than I was expecting. Nice. I'm here for it. See, even a micro curve like that would have usually caused it to fishtail a little bit. Yeah, there it is. That's a little bit. That's okay, though. We got it in control. All right, we have no further assets at the rail yard. So if we wanted to clean up 31 West and actually make it traversable, we could do that, and it would be a little bit easier to commute back to West Point for backs and forth. Maglev. Sounds about right. Okay. With that, we've got a lot of metalworking supplies, a metric lot. It's 4 for a large trough, so I'm going to do 4, and that's it. I'm just going to do 1. Yeah, that's right. We heard a hammer sound for building a for building a one of those troughs. What did you say to me? Not going insane. Y'all heard that, didn't you? Maybe I am going insane. Thought I was already there. We don't have a lot of gravel to work with here, so I'm not going to be able to finish that anytime soon. Yeah, I know where we can find a lot of gravel, but I just wanted to get those bags emptied out, really. Regarding the trough right here, we got some fixtures that we can harvest for water. Perfect. And I'm gonna do the trick. Still got my scythe over here. I'm going to scythe just a little bit more grass out because it's right here and it's free. And it's also ugly looking. "36 units food, 50 liters of water." That should be more than enough for birds for now. In fact, that should be almost indefinite sustenance for the birds. I'm mostly more concerned about if I were to bring a cow here later. We've been getting hot a lot, and that's going to be because of the undershirt layers that I put on. See how far the animal trailer has escaped. All the way down there. Shit, am I gonna need an axe to get it out of there? This is gonna be interesting. Oh, please don't physics me. Oh my god. Okay. I must go. My people need me. Okay, we've got a trailer on one side and a race car on the other side. Oh my god. Alright, I tried to save some time, and I ended up, okay, here we go. This is the trunk right here, I believe, yeah. Sounded like it hit me. Oh, I did. You know, I should have. I literally forgot I had the axe. That's part of the problem there. I should have just done that from the start. All right, what's the damage? I had perfect parts on this, but whoo, boy, howdy! Look at that trunk. Down to 56%. Only 15 can fit in it now. And the rear windshield is down to, yeah, so basically that was a massive collision on the ass right there. That's what that counted as. Oh, you can even see it now. There's blood. How did blood get on it? It didn't, that's not from me. What? What? Okay. I think we got a way out here. Yeah, the whatchamacallit, the chairs don't actually block you. No, I should have. I really should have. I mean, you know, the funny thing is, now that it's laying upside down, maybe it won't move anymore. I don't see it moving. Nope, there it is. Nothing can stop these things from moving. I'm curious if, oh, you know what? If some of the turkeys are dead. No, they're all fine. They're not even stressed. If they were stressed, we would know it. We would hear them making the stress noises. I'm just gonna hand carry them. This is not worth my race car. We haven't repaired the trunk too many times, so we can still repair the trunk all the way to 100, but yeah. Let's just make it a roundabout here. Out of an abundance of caution, I'm going to close the gate before letting this go, because I have no idea if this turkey will bolt or not. But it's alright. Oh, look at that. Animals disappear when you're not looking at them now. That's... Well, so much for animals being an early warning sign. That was probably inevitable that would happen. I'm gonna be real. It's actually kind of. I don't like it. I don't like it. Does the same thing happen to players that are in the same faction as you, or can you at least see them? I haven't done multiplayer in long enough that I actually don't remember if you could still see players like you know, that were in your faction. If you could still see them if they were behind you, for example. Alright, ladies and germs, we gotta show some turkeys. So about that trunk and trunk lid and windshield. We don't have any windshield replacements that I can think of off the top of my head. I know of one sports car in the area, but I know it's got a lot of busted glass work, so I'm not even going to consider that right now. I'm just going to wash the unknown blood off of it. Because again, I have no idea where that blood came from. We had never hit something with the trunk of our race car before. And yet a massive trunk collision happened, and suddenly there's blood on it. Maybe the fence was alive after all this time. Who would have guessed? So we got a torch, and it's got a little bit of juice in it. That might not be enough juice to do both of the... What's up, bro? Doing all right. How about yourself? We just had a very, very silly moment with towing in this game. But towing can be very silly in this game. That was probably not the silliest moment. It's just a standard lift off into orbit. Start with the trunk here. Yeah, we've never actually repaired it before, so it'll go straight to 100. And we have enough torch left for the lid, too. It's a shame I can't weld repairs to the windshield. I am a glass-making expert, after all. Safe light repair, safe light replace. Oh, it used the wrong torch. Well, got a reload here. Yep, no problem. You're not the only Brazilian in the audience. Brazil mentioned, everybody. Brazil mentioned. But yeah, no mods. Just a change of color to the backpack. Texture replacement, nothing else. Now I feel I gotta park it facing this way so we don't see the broken windshield. Let's park it like this. So there's only two places. There's only two places that you can find these. I'll show you on B42 map here. I'll post a link. So that's the website there, and we're going to Irvington on this side of the map. And then we go to tools, or overlays, and then objects. And out here there's race car spawn chances. There's a total of 13, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12... 13, 14, 15, 16. Okay, 16 over here. So 16 chances. Every one of those is a chance, what is it, like 3% chance? Something like... It's low. It's a low chance. And there's one other spot all the way on the other side of the map at the Valley Station drag racing strip here. And there's only 3 here, so... That's a total of 19 different places that you could possibly find a race car. On one of my previous characters, not a single one was there. We never found my previous character, Nora the Explora. Never once found one. Sad. We're looking for... What are we looking for? I need to put this axe away now that I'm done with it for now. And then I need to put this propane tank with the rest of the empties. If you want to fix it, yeah. The magazine is just to fix it. But you also need high-level mechanics, too. You need the magazine and high skill value. Like, I wouldn't do it if I was not mechanics level 8. my birds. I pet my birds. Yeah, no problem. I have a couple of other folks who watch me just so they can help learn English. Shout out to the folks. When I streamed on an opposite schedule, I had a lot of viewers from Vietnam, but nowadays I start my streams in the morning, so that's the opposite time zone now. It's very late at night for them now. This is mostly garbage on the floor here. Clean this up. Citrus Wave is mostly garbage back here. This is stuff that I'll start to use more once we get the blacksmithing infrastructure built. What? Am I going insane, or did y'all just hear something get hit? I might be going insane. I hate random noises that I don't know where they're coming from. Ooh. Yeah, you should, that's a very slow trip if you want to do it safely. If you don't want to do it safely, that's a dangerous trip. I've actually never, I learned a little bit of Spanish, but not much Portuguese. I grew up in Northern Virginia, and there's about almost a fifth of my high school graduating class were bilingual, spoke Spanish a lot. But mostly what I learned is just how to tell when people are talking shit about you. And that's mostly context clues. You have to tell based on tone of voice and whatnot. I didn't actually learn too many phrases. I learned all the bad words, of course. I know all the bad words in Spanish. Okay, you gotta go all the way around. Now, this place is a wreck until I was going to do some beans, but now we've got our dispenser bottle. It should have been in the... Oh, I would have put it in the trunk of the police car. What did I do with the police car? Oh, it was right in front of me this whole time. Active camouflage, it blends in with the parking lot. I didn't see it very well. It is back here, the water dispenser. That is really heavy. Like, that is really heavy. I have to drop, like, most of my stuff just to pick that up. Here's something I can do instead. I'm going to transfer the liquid out of it. I can do that, right? No. Yes, okay, I can do that. That makes it much easier to pick up. Yep, happens to the best of us. Oh, okay. I actually, now that I think about it, I do know one phrase in Portuguese. It's not something I'm allowed to say. I don't think I can say it on stream. I would not be a good YouTuber if I said it on stream. No, no, I can't. I can't. Nope. All right, we have a... Did I just get a free bottle? Or I think I might have just gotten a free bottle. No, we just emptied it. Okay. So we have a dispenser bottle full of cow's milk here. And this is a very easy way to put on a lot of calories, is to fill an entire 2 liter with milk and then just drink the whole thing. It's a phrase that you would hear in a video that wouldn't be allowed on YouTube. Let me put it that way. Similar place to where we're at then. We are in Louisville at, I call this, it's a grocery store. What? Oh, here it is, right, yep. This is where we're at, Jericho base here. And we just got into Louisville through the checkpoint here. We cleared out the checkpoint. We've been using the train tracks. This railroad here, Doe Valley to Louisville, that is our route to get past all of the hospital swarm here. The hospital swarm is the biggest annoyance right now. That's why I can't use 31 West just yet. Otherwise, we've got most of the rest of the map is already done. Curiously, it seems to, look at that, it automatically pauses the game. When you open the map now, it pauses it. It used to be that you could pause it by hitting F2. When you open the map, you could hit F2 and pause the game like that. Yeah. Go ahead and get a coffee machine put in. B41 is hard to maneuver. Couldn't say I had anything jump out at me as well. Actually, B41 was great for towing. I could tow very easily in B41. I definitely missed towing in B41. I guess it was too easy. Broken wall after the military base in the forest. Yeah, it's a good way in right there. As an overnight task, I'm going to go recover a car. With the race car, we can tow very easily, so I'm going to go tow a car from the lot up here across the street. There's a commercial sector up there that's got some big parking lots with lots of cars in them. It's probably also a lot... Oh no, look at that. The corpses are almost gone. They're just skeletons now. So we killed a lot of zombies here. Ooh, look at the... Okay, here we go. So this is a sports car here. And I was mentioning that it had a bunch of broken glass, but I think... hang on. I think the rear windshield might actually have a crack in it. Yeah, the rear windshield is no better. Damn, okay. The tires are actually pretty good, though. I'm going to hold on to the tires. Morning, Richard. How's it going? We are doing some fun things today. Emphasis on big fun. We accidentally launched one of our vehicles into orbit earlier because we, whatchamacallit, hooked it up at the wrong angle. I think I'm going to go ahead and take... I'm going to steal one of the batteries from a standard and, I'm sorry, from a heavy duty and a standard, one of each. And we'll get both of these on the chargers, the battery chargers. And then I will hand carry the tires back with me. And we'll tow the taxi. That feels like a good start here. So race car is one of the only vehicles that can tow going forward in B42 with any sense of reliability. Everything else, it's all a matter of what's trying to tow what. Stick to the asphalt wherever we can. What is the habitabilities? Do you mean like the traits? I really should get a skill sheet put together. We do strong, athletic, fast learner, organized, wakeful, cat's eyes, dexterous. And then those are all the positive traits. The negative traits are weak stomach, slow reader, short-sighted, cowardly, clumsy, slow healer, prone to illness, hearty appetite, conspicuous, restless sleeper, and thin-skinned. Most of those are things that we can deal with just by avoiding certain game mechanics, right? Like weak stomach. If you don't eat bad food, then it doesn't affect you. So we only eat good food. Restless sleeper just means you have 2 bedtimes instead of 1 bedtime. I like to go to bed at midnight, around midnight, or 11 p.m. and then 5 a.m. usually. And I'm going to be getting my second bedtime in just a moment here after we get the batteries for the cars on the charger here. See, it's past a year at this point, so every vehicle we find is going to have the battery dead. And so we got to turn these on, and they're really annoying. This is one sound that I'm perfectly okay with them making it quieter. Very messy base, very messy. We'll get it fixed up. All in good time. Looks like fog today. No, we're good. Oh, whatchamacallit, the weight carry. It is better than the Alice pack in terms of total stuff you can fit in it. Let me just type it out, actually. So what that is you can fit 36 into the military backpack as an organized person, but the encumbrance reduction factor is 85. The large frame pack is bigger. It can fit 75, but the encumbrance reduction factor is 75. So what that means is if you were to try to fill up 3 of these frame packs, you would probably run out of it would overload the character probably before you could fill all 3 up. Or you would have to fill it up with small things, right? Like if all 3 of them would fill up, you'd have to put very small things in at the end. So it's more inefficient, if that's the right word. So I would never want to wear it regularly. Also, its dry weight is double. The dry weight is 4.0 each, so it costs 8 encumbrance just to carry around both of these frame packs. It's wild. It's way too much. We should have 2 batteries already charged, but we already put them in the throwaways, right? So these, you know what? These are probably fine. 65%. It'll start. That's the important thing. $83 kilo and still in weight gain. Eat some hard-boiled eggs for the moment. I should not be hearing that from all the way over here. I don't know what's going on with that. For some reason, I can hear sound like the battery chargers all the way over here. That's definitely a thing. I have nothing happy to say about that. Alright, we got food and water for at least a couple of days. We're going to go ahead and deploy back to West Point and pick up some of the stuff that's waiting for us there. We have a lot of stuff at West Point, actually. It's not overly essential, like, it's not mission critical, but it all needs to come up here eventually. Now, since we're going in that direction, I would like to have a bunch of empty sacks here. We've got an entire garbage bag full of them somewhere. Where did I put it? No, this is mirrored. The image is flipped. I don't know what I did with that collection of sacks. There should be one somewhere around here. Not up there. I left one. Tell me I left it right here. Yep, okay. So here we are, sack 18. There's 18 sacks in there. That's a full military backpack's worth. And then we've got 2 more to go with that. So I want to pick up clay is what I want with that. And we'll do that as we're passing the river. No keys, so we hotwire it. The tires feel a little low. Where's my nearest pump? I usually should have a pump out in the front yard there. I'm going to also gear up just with the M16 for now. There may be some interference on the road. We ran into some interference on the road last time. I suppose it wouldn't hurt to take my rifle too. Of course, that's going to be very heavy. I picked up a front window that's supposed to go in here. Another sack in there too. Okay. Yeah, fair enough. You know what we're about. No mods. If you look in the description, I talk about why we don't generally use mods. We just have a drop-in texture replacement for a few things. That's all we're running right now. I made it here on stream back on one of my previous characters. I've been known to pull up Photoshop on occasion. Okay, I can afford that. Yeah, we'll take the rifle then. I don't think there's any way to make this not heavy. As long as we're carrying the kit, it's going to be heavy. I was supposed to pump the tires. I'm so easily distracted right now. Let's find a pump. I know I have a pump somewhere. Yeah. The ambulance has an IOU for a tire pump. I don't know why my spider senses are tingling. We ran into more enemies than I was prepared for on 31 West last time, so that's probably why. All right. Maybe I'll pass through them on 31 West, and we'll take a small chunk out of the hospital crowd. Yeah, that's how I feel about it right now. We're going to take a small chunk out of the hospital crowd. So I'm just going to drive straight past zombies for a short period of time here, and then when we get to the St. Peregrine's hospital crowd, we'll go loud and progress a little bit backwards, but then we'll fall back towards West Point and continue on. See, in a perfect world, I would have 31 West cleared eventually. Being able to just pincer the zombies on 31 West feels like a great strategy long term, as opposed to just turtling my way down 31 West. That's what I did initially back in the day. On Nora and Annie both. We would just, well, Nora, I got tired of it, and I just started driving past him after a certain point. Okay, here we are. So this is St. Peregrine's Hospital, and anybody in this area. Wow. We are way too over encumbered. I'm gonna have to put away my kit. That did the trick. But now I cannot afford to lose the car. Great weather for shooting today. I'm glad I decided to do this. That wasn't me. That was a meta event. What if I get bitten? Then I'm a zombie. But I don't get bitten. That's the point. So right in the middle of the street. I want the middle of the street clean. Out of the middle of the street. Thank you. So the most ammo that I brought was for the rifle, which is 7.62. You can't craft bullets. Not in this game. Yeah. Our last two characters, their playlist linked in the description. We each of them went about 600 to 700 hours. I never got a total count for Nora, but Annie's run was about 700. Right in the middle of the road. Come on. Between the yellow lines. That's where I want to be able to drive if I have to drive. Come on. Of course, now we're entering the stink zone. The further we progress in this direction, the more of the hospital horde we're going to pull away from the rest. And I'm perfectly okay with that because I'd rather do that than face them all at once. All we're really doing is an extension of what we were doing at the military checkpoint. The military checkpoint itself and the boundary camp in front of it. We have wiped out both of those. Ah, with a few exceptions, I suppose. Alright, we're going to go ahead and continue now. We're never going to be able to kill all of them. We've already killed, or we've already blown half of our ammo that we brought with us. I'm saving the other half for the rest of 31 West. Did y'all just hear that? It sounded like somebody just turned a car on. Oh, was it this taxi? Okay, yeah. I used this taxi as a throwaway at one point, and I never turned it off. Oops. That's an interesting thing, I guess. It's probably just a fragment of the fact that we can hear engine noises a little better now. We needed a new windshield, rear windshield, for our sports car. Also, I saw a dude just now. There he is. There's two dudes. I will not acquiesce anybody who could ever come in my roads, ever. There may be more in that direction somewhere. Encyclopedia. Yeah, no, the well, actually, okay, so I gotta give a shout out to the other my fellow long players in this chat. They don't, they're not live streamers, but KTO and Branzera, they have put thousands of hours into this game. Zacto, I don't remember if you ever mentioned your hour count, but another lovely contributor. And then a few other folks that we hang out with here in chat, they've played it just as much as I have. Like Richard, for example, told me about the how to put things into vehicle seats without getting into the vehicle first. I went, like, what, 2,000 hours playing this game without ever knowing that, because this game is just that bad at explaining itself. So people who play it a lot have to share knowledge. Otherwise, we're just going to miss out on little chunks of the game here and there. It's silly. Games should be better at explaining themselves. So this is our previous staging ground, but there's nothing left here to commute with. The rest of the stuff that we have to commute to our new base location is all the way back at West Point. it would have been smarter for me to get on the railroad track or just stay on 31 West. 31 West is more or less clear now, on this side at least. Well, or is it? Hang on. Like I said, I acquiesce no presence at this point. I might change policy when we get to the concrete barricades. But I don't know, maybe they fixed those. The concrete barricades for the longest time. 1780, yeah. Okay, so yep. Like I said, a lot of the folks we hang out with here are very, very much $1,000 players because we go nuts here. It's what we do. So this is what I was talking about, these concrete barriers. As of last patch, they were uncrossable. They still seem to be uncrossable. I'm hitting E and nothing's happening. Yeah, the only thing she can do is go around them. So yeah, those are still uncrossable. Maybe it's because this map was generated on the previous patch. Just under 2,000, yeah. 42.18, I don't have any strong opinions about it other than they screwed with the audio a little bit, and I don't like anything about what I've... I'm not going to say that I hate it, being able to hear things from a long distance, but what they've also done is some very unnecessary muffling of certain sounds has occurred, and I hate everything about that specific part. Everything else I don't have any strong opinions about. Like being able to hear zombies slapping doors from 70 tiles away instead of 20 tiles away is a thing. Like I said, I don't really love or hate it. It can get annoying. I could see it getting very annoying. Animals no longer, that's another change. Animals now, you need line of sight. You will not see animals if they're behind something. But yeah, you see how these zombies don't just flip over the concrete barricades anymore. They will just impotently stand there if they don't find a way around. Now this could be untenable. If I shoot these guys, then the sound of the rifle might bring many, many more coming just up to the shooting gallery here. I'm not going to say no to free shooting experience, but at the end of the day, it's probably better to spend my ammo on things that are actually threats. I mean, hell, okay, I gotta find out. What if they get close enough? Can I literally just sword them? No, not quite. Okay. My sword's radius is 1.4 something, 1.41. Not quite enough for a full tile if they're just a little ways out. But I can always handgun them. They did say something about fixing point blank shot. I mean, this just feels this feels a little gamey. This feels a little. Okay, yeah, I like the new point blank aiming. I like that a lot. How's my we got 90 shots at 357. Let's get some aiming experience, boys. Yeah, you can't jump over. I'm hitting E right now and nothing is happening. I don't know why the devs did that. That's some yeah, it is. Balance. You see, right now, the way I see it is, it's either do this or go on the road up there and just be surrounded by trees and zombies. The safer option has always been to pull them out to the road here where you've got lots of line of sight. But yeah, I'm not going to just continue with... I'm not just going to sit here and farm zombies. We're past the halfway point to aiming level 8. I'm also willing to bet if we get enough of them to show up here, we could probably grind nimble. But yeah, I think we're done for now. There are going to be segments of road where the zombies can actually get through, because there's a way through, so that's, yeah, we'll just focus on fighting there. We'll just have to say that these are actually big walls as opposed to barricades. And I just happen to be able to stand on top of my car and shoot over them or some shit. Headcanon. Headcanon is king, right? For example, like, if I shoot them here, it's a fair fight, because they can just go around it. Sometimes I'm in the mood to just do whatever the game lets me do, and sometimes I'm in the mood for, you know, an actual challenge. I mean, honestly, okay, so if I really wanted to turn this to my favor, I could get a big group of them to just come around the corner here all at once and use the shotgun, because they'll all be condensed in this area right as they try to come around the corner. That would be a shotgun choke point opportunity is what this is, really. But I would need a vehicle with a light bar to do that right. Yes, they are movable, but I predict, and I've never tested this, but I predict that once the player moves them, then they're just treated as attackable walls. That's my prediction, because remember, zombies can't attack walls that are pre-existing. And I think that's why they can't attack these. I think for some reason they've been treated as walls instead of low fences. But yeah, I have verified that we're able to move these because we had some blocking the railroad track. They weigh 25 encumbrance, and they require a crowbar to pick up. M16 is at... Hello. 19 rounds, that's fine. Okay. So next time we come down this road, there'll probably be a few here because of the gunshot radius. But otherwise, it's clean for the moment. There will be other spots where it's just nothing but concrete barrier. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, if I had a crowbar on me, all I would have to do is pick one up and put it back down, and then I could see if they would attack it. But I don't have a crowbar on me right now. So what I'm going to do now is just, I'm not going to get locked in like shooting them. I'm just going to, everywhere I see some, I'll get out and plink a few so that I get the gunshot radius to draw them in this direction. And see if that accelerates the shooting gallery effect. Now this area I want to be more careful in, because we've got zombies on both sides of the road. Down here in this parking lot, there is probably going to be a huge group dispersed a little bit, because I actually came through here really early game, and I think I did a few toots with the car horn. So I don't know exactly where they're all going to be, but I remember coming down here. I suppose it wouldn't hurt to... Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to back up this way, and we'll go loud right here-ish. And if it gets untenable, if I feel threatened at all, we'll just bail out of here. I don't want them, when I shoot over here, I don't want them showing up in the middle of the road, because I need the road clear. In the past, when I came to this particular parking lot on Nora, this parking lot had so many of them that I needed a pipe bomb to get it clear quickly. I have put I can make pipe bombs on this character, and they're very, very great. I love them, but I've actually stopped using them for now because we found all of the books for aiming in Longblade. So I don't want to be using weaponry that doesn't get me any experience. Pipe bombs, unfortunately, there's no weapon skill to get experience in. So you can kill a lot of zombies, but at the end of the day, you're just denying yourself experience. At this stage of the game, I would only use a pipe bomb if it was either a base-related emergency or, like just say a billion of them came out of one of the townhouse areas. I would definitely use a pipe bomb to clear that, but yeah, I can't see a situation where I'd willingly use one right now because it is just so great to have Aiming 5 and Longblade 5. Those are two books I've never had on the same character before this one. So this is another inlet here. Now that I'm reasonably sure I won't get flanked from the parking lot by a huge group. You actually get a little bit of distance. The 8x scope goes hard. This reminds me of Heroes and Generals. I wish I had saved more of my footage from that game. It was a fun game. It was a World War II shooter. My favorite weapon was the K98K. And I would rarely use an 8x scope on it, though. We could do 4x, 2x, or irons. I think I would do 4x a lot. On our recon characters, we could do 8x. And I do actually, I have a video, one video, of me being a bit of a sniping loser and just sitting up on top of a church and just nailing some long-range shots every couple of shots. See, it's one of those games where you don't necessarily want to be that guy who's sitting back and sniping, because there's objectives to be done. So unless you're like actively working with people who are securing the objectives, if you're just sitting up there and sniping and not even contributing anything else, then you're kind of not contributing much. The pejorative was tree fairies. When you went out into a forest and just hid behind trees and sniped, you were a tree fairy. Ah, there was one here all along. She has a spear stuck in her. Looks like a glass shiv spear. Call of Duty moment. With sheer knife, it's faster than reloading. See, at least I can't be accused of exploiting too much here. Just the fact that they have to go around. Fuck, it is. Scissors. A spear with scissors. I was curious what was attached. I knew it wasn't a katana. You activated my neurons, though. You'll never not activate my neurons if you shout out a katana. Alright. I don't think there's too many other crossroads like this one. Of course, the moment I get in the car. Corpses weigh 20 encumbrance, so I won't be able to put one in the trunk to get it clear. At least not right now. Maybe on the way back. Corpses are a self-resolving problem. Katana. Kitsune katana. The old fox sword. Alright. So yeah, from here on out, it is the road to West Point, and we are pretty cleared on it. There may be a few up here, but the double fence is helping a lot here. Out of sight, out of mind, right? Now the strip club, I want to say I cleared it, but I don't know. I went loud here. I discharged a lot of shots, but I'm curious now. I'm gonna do a couple of shots. I just want to see what, if anything, comes out of it. We did wipe out several stripper zombies. Regrettably, some of them had really pretty orange hair. I vividly remember that. We had like three stripper zombies came out of there with like really, really, really vivid orange hair. The kind of orange hair that I would kill to get on my character. But we actually might be able to get that once I get a few other higher priority things situated at base. We did bring some hair dye of the correct color combinations. If there is anybody else in the strip club, then that gunshot would have had a good chance of bringing them out. So they might shamble their way out while we head back. I'm thinking what I'll do is a race car with a step van. And I'm also going to grab some clay. Lots of clay deposits on the river. Not as much as I thought there were. I remember there being many more clay deposits when I came here on Nora. I think the devs are constantly tweaking those up and down. I know, right? Well, that's animation. That takes a lot of work. See, if I was able to interview the Project Zomboid devs like Mr. Atomic Duck did, I don't think I would be much more critical than he was. I would be a little bit more critical, but I would do my best to pick my fights, right? I'd let him say what he wants to say, of course. That would be most of the content. So largely it wouldn't be different, but I would focus my questions around improvements to the allocation of the dev resources, right? That's kind of what I was talking about before. Like, I was memeing on it, but I mean, I really do believe that they suffer the most from going down rabbit holes and going too far in one direction at a time. And I feel like that's probably exactly one of the things he was brought on board to help with. But unfortunately, we didn't get, from that interview, we didn't get much elaboration on that. You see, I would love to just, throw that question at him and be like, did you recognize this as an issue? And if so, is that something that you think you can help them out with? But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. So here we are at my base in West Point. It is a lovely place. But we are done with West Point in general now, so we are moving assets from West Point to our new location at Louisville. As you can see, we've got a lineup of vehicles that we just throwaway vehicles we drove home with. This transit that we'll return with is going to be the Spiffo race car here with the step van that's already moved out in front of the others. There's a random crap in there. Most of that I don't need. Oh, I need to not forget what I left in the trunk of the taxi. That would be very bad. These rear doors and windows are for the West Point police cars here. These police cars are going to be used to tow these step vans. I do have to do some fix-ups. So we have at least 2 throwaway trips left that are staged. Technically speaking, a step van can tow another step van in reverse at 30 miles an hour. So I don't want to... I'd rather avoid doing that where humanly possible. I don't really need this at all, I don't think. No, I don't need the laundry bag. Okay. Taxi has been emptied of valuables. The step van, the white step van, should be 200% full. Every single container should be full of cartons of ammo. This is one of my ammo carriers. It is carrying ammo. Lots of it. Oh, hey, Command. How's it going? So I know the mechanic for pop increase. Is it the? I think yes. Um, it's always been connected to respawns. Like initial spawns have always actually been connected to respawns. Like if you were to turn respawns off, I think in the past it would actually do something to initial spawns. I don't remember what exactly, but I also know that now for a fact that currently spawns. What it will do is whenever you enter an area, like when you first explore it, when the tiles go from black to filled in, that area will have the spawn density of whatever time it is when you first explore it. I think that's how it works right now. So if I, for example, Valley Station, where we were just at, that parking lot in Valley Station here, right here, we actually passed through here early game, like in the first week or so, long before the first 28 days were up and the peak population came in. That's probably why this parking lot was actually very sparse when I expected there to be tons. That being said, there's probably also Apocalypse has been nerfed. I hate to say it, but I can tell you 100% without any hesitation now, Apocalypse has been nerfed. It has gotten a lot easier. A lot easier. I don't know. I'm not going to say that I dislike that. I really liked the way it was before, but I recognize that there were a lot of people who felt as though Apocalypse being the default difficulty was kind of shutting out new players, right? But the fact that they are now trying to silo people who enjoyed Apocalypse as it was, they're trying to silo me in with the sweaty people who like to play with sprinters enabled, and I have very low opinion of that. But so that it's like the secondary effects, right? It's not that I'm particularly mad that Apocalypse is easier, but now it's what that means is what makes me mad. It means that they, it's Apocalypse isn't for me now. It's for people who are getting into the game now. I don't know. Anyway, we were trying to make sure that we've filled up the trunk here. Yeah, more or less. This garbage bag full of empty sacks is going to get hand carried because we need to pick up clay. That's actually a perfect fit. And we do have room for a garbage bag worth of stuff on the passenger seat. So I'm just putting my heavy weapons there for now. Okay, that looks good. So I'm going to put this sword on my back because I don't have anything else that can go in it while I'm in this state. And then the E-tool goes on my belt. And then we'll take a large frame pack, just one. We shouldn't need more than one for now. Now it's about 2100 hours. Searching for clay is better done during the day. Unintentional rhyme there. I'm going to go ahead and shut down the vehicle, and we'll catch a sleep here. Checking on my chickens here. Looks like they're still good. These animals are all locally sourced. We found a trailer full of chickens on the road between Fallis Lake and West Point, and a trailer full of turkeys here in West Point as well. We have a billion guns here, more than I could ever afford to carry with me, but none of them are the best of the best. Right now, the guns I'm using are the best of the best. Those are allocated either at Fallis Lake or already moved up to our current base. You know, while I'm here, I could do a load of laundry, because there's no reason not to. We are quite dirty, and we have lots of water here to wash with. I will need to power up the generator if I'm going to do that. And I should have pajamas, too. Yes, we actually have really good pajamas here. Does Kentucky have any nuclear power plants? I don't know. If it did, it probably didn't in the 90s. 90s was... Nuclear power was a lot less common. It was like it was out there, but it wasn't as common. 3 Mile Island was before the 90s, wasn't it? And 3 Mile Island would have been I'm pretty sure that really slowed the expansion of nuclear energy throughout the U.S. It's probably a real big fucking miracle that I have nuclear plants here in Northern Virginia where I live. I don't remember when Dominion started putting those in, though. Avert your eyes. No, we're good. We didn't have any dirty moments there. So we got that going, and I'll just use one of the side barrels to wash up the rest of us. You wouldn't think that these are pajamas, but I'm actually wearing a onesie. It's the coveralls here. We actually got them in several colors. This one is like a darkish blue instead of the other one's got a little tint of red to it. But then these are like straight white. Coveralls would be nice if they didn't have native high what's it called? High insulation. Like the insulation, pajamas is not an ironic term. They literally do keep you warm as pajamas would. We're about an hour early for bed. I'm going to go ahead and go to sleep. And then when we wake up, we can put clothes in the dryer. And then I have to step away briefly IRL, probably about a minute and a half. And then we'll catch a second sleep. Even if the second sleep is early, I just want daylight. Just want daylight so that we can get back to work on finding some clay. Alright, and I will park her here for a moment. Thanks, Papa Jones, don't care. And I shall be right back, just a moment. Do I live in some... I have bases on every town in the map, and even some field bases between the towns. We've got bases everywhere. Hey, I am back. I appreciate everybody sticking around. Hopefully the chair had something insightful to add. Something that just crossed my radar. It is July 31st. Because it is July 31st, there are some crops we have planted that might die starting next month. And I don't know which. I actually don't know which because the game doesn't tell you which. The game gives you a planting season. But the way agriculture works in this game is crops have good month or they have good months and then they have bad months, and you do not get to know what the bad months are. The information that you get, even if you are level 10 agriculture and you've read all the seed packets, which we have, and we are level 10, all we get is a planting season, quote unquote. And the planting season means nothing to me. That just means months that you can stick the seed in the ground, more or less. But even then, that does not guarantee, even coming close to guarantee, that you'll be able to harvest it. Now, for example, with something we have planted right now, we have tomatoes planted. They are not ready for harvest yet. But as you can see, their best month to plant them is May, and the quote-unquote planting season is April, May, June. It's currently July 31st. There is a month, and I don't know which, but probably September, that tomatoes will just start to die because they exist. If tomatoes still exist by September, they'll just start to fucking die. And that's because September is a bad month, quote unquote. So that's really how it works under the hood. There's more to it than that, but that is kind of how it is. So basically, by the first of the month, you'll notice that they will start to wilt. And by the second of the month, they are all dead. So what I'm thinking about now is stopping by Phallus Lake tomorrow to see if any of the crops are wilting, and then make a decision if there's anything I can do with them, then I should. Otherwise, they're dead, and they're gone. We had some broccoli in the ground, too, and that's a 60-day crop, so we might be ready to harvest soon on broccoli. Nice. No, that's... I would accept that if it was recoil reducing, too. Putting my gear back on. You know what? I'm going to hold on to these coveralls because we don't have pajamas at our destination yet. And we do have several pairs of spare boots here. Spare boots are not just for doing laundry in so that you don't hurt your feet while running around your base while the laundry's going. It's not just for that. It's also for if you just run around outside one day and get a hole in your boots. It's happened to all of my long form characters eventually. Spare crowbar. I'm going to hold on to that because now we can use that and see if zombies will attack barriers that we pick up and put back down. I'm going to locally sourced food. Of course I do. How's my calories? We're at 84 kilo. What's on my right hip? This is an E-tool, an entrenching tool. 2.0 encumbrance. It can do all the same things that a long shovel can do. So it's better than a trowel, like a gardening trowel. It can do more than that, but it can also go on the belt. I like to carry that around usually in my satchel. But in this case, we're going to be using it to pick up clay at some point. So I have it out in preparation for that. And yeah, E-tool for entrenching tool. It's a military piece of equipment. We have 9 sacks that we source locally. That's great. I'm taking every single one of those. Oh, these leather strips. I was supposed to bring those with me, absolutely. Shouldn't have left them here as long as I have. There are several things I wanted to do with those. So my current leather jacket, it should be patched up already. Yes, okay, so leather jackets. We're wearing it in the dead of summer. We should be sweating our face off every time we run around, but we've got holes in the jacket, in the neck, upper, and lower torso. This is intentional. I only wish we could have made the holes intentionally. What we did is we found this on a zombie, and it happened to have these holes, and we just never fixed them. And what this results in our temperature here is the insulation levels. Observe the insulation on my upper, lower, neck, and head. The head is literally zero insulation because the helmet doesn't insulate, so it's great. The ratios of insulation versus protection, that is really important to me long term because I want to be able to run around in the middle of summer all over the place without cooking myself to death in my own outfit. And what we're looking at right now, this is my unarmored outfit. If I'm in combat and I don't mind being uncomfortable, then I put the coat of plates on that covers my chest. Chest is 100% protected. And we got a bone choker for the neck. That's 100% neck protection. And then we've got metal gloves that brings the gloves up to like 70, 80, something like that. Literally the best you can get. But yeah, we are rather hungry, so I'll have a couple of these bags of chips here because, yeah, just one bag of chips. That'll sort that out, and we will, we want to stop gaining weight just before 85 kilo. Now, most of what I just described with your finding things with holes in them, that's going to be something that's going to be more useful to you at tailoring level 10. At tailoring level 10, you can put leather strips on things. Oh, great. I go to sleep, I wake up, and it is storming outside. All right, that's more sudden than I expected. But yeah, the leather strip protections is something I like to stack. So like I have these medical scrubs on, for example. This is a long sleeve shirt with really low insulation, best in slot, in my humble opinion. Goes all the way down to the forearm, but the insulation level is like really, really tiny. And only the medical scrubs can do this. I have never seen another long sleeve shirt that goes in this particular slot that provides this little of insulation. It's great. We also did the exact same thing I was talking about with the leather jacket. Exact same thing with the hoodie we're wearing currently. There are holes in the upper and lower torso. So we can get the arm protections by putting leather strip patches on them without the overheating problems of wearing a hoodie in the middle of summer. So it's great. I love it. I only turned on the generator so we would have lights. That's rather spooky. So we don't need the generator running anymore. I'm no longer on the clock, so I can actually refill it. Alright, of what I'm carrying, I'll see what I can fit in the seats of the car. Probably just the crowbar for now. And then the trunk, I could probably fit the leather strips. The sacks are what stay with me. Wait, did I turn? I turned the generator back on. That was a reflex. I didn't need to do that. I turned it back on by reflex, but we literally don't need it running now. It's just for while we're here. No need to sharpen, we're good. So, order of operations. We need to get back to Jericho at some point, but there's not exactly any ticking clocks over our head on that. Jericho's good for a little while. Right now, the thing I want to bring back most are sacks of clay. But I also, like I mentioned before I was talking about, I wanted to take a look at Phallus Lake. Phallus Lake has a lot of things there. like a lot of things there, and lots of vehicles. So I could take a throwaway vehicle, like this Dart, for example. What I'm going to do right now is just go get clay, and I'll bring it back here, and we'll see how much it weighs, and then we'll make decisions going forward from there. I'm just going to use one of my throwaway cars here. Picking up clay is going to require a lot of off-roading, so using one of my valuable vehicles for that is not as fun. If I had a, you know, like a rancher or something right here, then I'd definitely use it, but I don't know if there are any ranchers in town. West Point should be about 90% wiped out, at least on this side of town. The residential side of town might still have some Zed. Stendo's Firearm Emporium right there, totally cleaned out. Lovely place, great place to go get a gun. Or minigun. But up here is the Ohio River. And the Ohio River usually has lots of play opportunities. It also has lots of bushes, like a lot of bushes. I'm going to try reverse instead of forward. That's pretty weak. There's a lot more bushes here than I remember there being. Back on Annie, we went in this direction and we made a bridge of our own across Indiana. See, the great thing is, if this car proves to not even be worth it to try to get out of here with, then I could just leave it here. That's the glory of having a throwaway car. Maybe it proves to be too much effort to come back for it. Now, of course, now that it's raining, trying to get clay while it's raining is going to be an annoying task. I should have really considered that. The water that's on the floor is going to make it very difficult to see clay deposits visually. So just in case I end up leaving the vehicle there, I'll go ahead and put the key on the driver's seat. Whenever there's lots of bushes like this, lots of trees, lots of bushes, use walk to, hotkey Y, and your character, if there's a way to automatically dodge the bushes, your character will take it. Like pathfinding automatically makes her not walk through the bushes, which have a chance to scratch us. So use walk to, and you can even fast forward if you're in single player. Now if I zoom in far enough, I do believe we'll be able to see clay deposits. It's a slightly different shade of mud. Am I going nuts, or is this just not any clay here? No. Here we go. Okay, so this is very subtle. This is terrifyingly subtle. Yeah, can you guys even notice it? I mean, I can notice it now that I've looked at it, but would I be able to notice that if it was covered in water? I don't know. So we got 2 deposits here. Now each time we do this, we get a sack of clay that weighs 2 encumbrance. And our backpack was kind of close to full already, so we're just putting the frame pack into our offhand. And this is where the glory of the shovel being a one-handed shovel. That's where the glory of that comes in, because now we can carry a bag in our offhand. This is 100 times harder than it should be because of the rain. See, there it is. I can see some here, but still, this is we have probably walked past several at this point. See how common they are now? I feel like there may be some inconsistency in that. Yeah, see this right here? I only really noticed it thanks to the dig clay tile mode, which you can only get into this mode if you are already able to see some clay, so if you have to click off of this. Now, one of the reasons I'm just going in this direction kind of carte blanche is because I know that there is, if we go far enough, we will link up with a path that I've explored that is free of zombies that we can walk back down towards. I even marked it on the map with some arrows. Yeah, so if we keep going in this direction, we'll make it to Fisher's Lane. And, well, that's going to leave us in an odd spot. I'll have to run back on foot because our car is all the way back here. And I kind of figured that that might be the case. What I'll do is drop the backpack full of clay. We'll come back with a different vehicle, pick it up. And, I mean, you know, I also can get lucky and maybe find a vehicle with a charged battery. We did explore a good chunk of West Point while it was still early game, so a lot of the cars that we found here will still actually have a little bit of battery in them. The decay rate of batteries found early is very different from the decay rate of batteries found late. Don't know why. Of course, always be cautious of entering big groups of trees like this where you can't really see what's going on in there. The chances of there being a random Z up here are definitely not zero. I don't know exactly what they are, but it's definitely way above zero. There's a pier up here. Piers are signs of civilization, and signs of civilization means potential zombies. Elevated potential zombies. Wait a minute, is this the pier that... No. Speaking of elevated potentials. Our handbag is now full. Our main backpack should have room for the remaining sacks, but we are now very over-encumbered. So what I'm going to do is drop off the bag full of sacks here at the end of this road where there is a lot of zombies, and that's okay. I don't mind fighting through them. We are actually still geared up for handgun combat if we need to. Please, no. That was one of the things that made World War Z such a terrifying book to read. World War Z, the movie, was not too awful bad, but the book was much better. Devs have talked about... I think they cited World War Z, the book, as some of their inspiration. Very different. The Zeds in that series are far more group-like in their movement. The zombies in the World War Z book can pull each other into groups by doing a sort of a Twilight Bark thing. See, when they see a human, they make a really loud vocalization, a really loud moan or groan or whatever the fuck, and that is actually a call out to other zombies. So, if this was World War Z, when one of these zombies saw me, they would make a loud call, and all of the other zombies around us would be incoming. And that could progress through to the entire town, basically. Because it's a Twilight Bark effect, you know. One dog barks, the next dog barks, the next dog barks. Next thing you know, there's news of kidnapped Dalmatians throughout the countryside. No, that's funny. I can still hit F2 to unpause the game while the map is being read. If I wanted to simulate the true feel of multiplayer. Well, we can't skin zombies. You bonk them on the head, I'll do the skinning. Spiffo backpack. I don't think I actually have one in my collection yet. So this was where we went off-road and went north. Oh, wait a minute. This is where I actually did my road to Indiana. It was not Oak, it was 4th. Yes, okay. And there was a reason for that. It escapes me at the moment. It had something to do with Indiana, which is on the other side of the Ohio River. I know, right? Well, Disney is on a bit of a rampage, trying to turn their old villains into heroes. What's going on there, I wonder? We don't have any battery life in this thing, so I'm just going to steal its gas in case we come across a vehicle sooner than base. It would not take us too long to get to base from here, but just in case we happen to cross a vehicle. We've got the laundromat here, and then anything in the parking lot up here theoretically ought to have a charged battery. Weak, but possibly charged. This one right here catches my eye because it all looks pretty. I don't see any broken stuff, except the trunk. Let's see. It's a trap. No battery. This battery is literally one I peeled out of a car because it was dead. Talk about your collection of coveralls. Now we got green ones. Here we go. This one's got battery in it. Key in the ignition. Nice. Always down for a key in the ignition. I would say that didn't happen too often in the 90s, but I can vividly remember my parents doing it at least once. It was at a gas station, of all places. This, what's the engine quality like? 53 as far as D6s go. This is actually not that bad at all. And it happens to have a good set of performance brakes in it. Tires are all garbage, though. Yeah, I know, right? So we traded one throwaway for another. Same deal, though. I'm going to leave the key on the driver's seat. And, there we go. Spiffo's backpack there is no longer uglified. So we've got a huge shipment of clay collected and waiting for us. We just got to go pick it up, and then we've got 7 sacks left. I'm going to fill those up with clay elsewhere. Possibly gravel instead of clay. I could actually use some gravel at my destination. So we might do gravel instead of clay. Where would I take it from? Whenever I think about harvesting gravel, I never like to do it from my own bases. But nearby would be fine. Let me also get a status check on these vans. I think Mr. Hung's... Mr. Hung's has like 93. Mr. Hung's has 93 encumbrance of ammo in him, and that's it. After that, it's an empty step van. So what I could do is just eliminate him from the equation by using both of my frame packs. That would be a very, very tight fit. But each frame pack can carry 45 encumbrance, which would mean we could carry 90 encumbrance of ammo, and there's 93 in here. So a frame pack in both hands would actually get almost every carton in this trunk right now, and this trunk is half full. I've talked about this before, but when I have a backpack in both of my hands, I am a walking trailer. It's great. I love it. That being said, our current backpack is actually full because of the clay, and I don't think we're going to have a way around that. We've got like room for 10 back here, and that's about it. If I were to weld a repair into the trunk, then we could get a little bit more. And I'm just going to do that now because there's a bunch of steel sheets here. I'm just going to do that now while they're right in front of me. And spare engine parts, that should go with me. This propane tank being almost empty, and I have no need for dispenser bottles anywhere but my forward bases. So the trunk is at 93. If I get a steel or a torch here out of my satchel, let me just go ahead and put the satchel on. Throw my bags out of alignment, but that's fine. Perfect. Passenger seat has room for not much. Not much at all. Okay. I'm about as overloaded as I can be for the moment. I had a feeling that I had some spare nails here. And I'm going to go ahead and take those back with me because we actually could use some nails at Jericho. We've already used up all the nails that I brought in the ambulance. And I think I might have some in other vans, but that's a sign that I need more. So I'll take that. I don't actually need these coveralls right now. I can leave them here. Okay, so main backpack has room for way more than the 7 sacks of clay there. Only just now am I getting hot when I sit down in a 100-degree Fahrenheit car. Oh yeah, overgrowth is kind of getting nuts. Thankfully, it does not get much worse from here. It could get worse if the devs designed it that way, but I do not think they will. I have not heard any indication that they're going to make it worse. I think they've shown their hand that they're working a lot more on the not quite as long-term things for now. The fact that they changed the amount of time that it takes for it to get to this point, it's 200 days now to get to maximum erosion. I think it used to be something like not 200 days, but a lot shorter than that. I forget the exact number. So now what am I going to do with all this clay? I actually have a couple of ideas. Since I do want to put a fair bit of effort into Jericho. Jericho is going to be the last base that I build on this character. So I'm always down for building something really nice, Jericho. So I might do clay, or I might do tile floors, like proper clay tile floors. So with the frame pack in our hand, and the frame pack weighs 48 encumbrance total. With encumbrance reduction from that, our total encumbrance. We're carrying almost as many packs as you possibly can right now. We've got the Alice belt and suspenders, we got the bandolier, we got the backpack, we've got the satchel, we've got a frame pack in one hand. So we're still combat effective right now, but we could put a frame pack in the other hand and carry even more, which all in due time. See, there's another place I could get more clay, but I'm going to save that clay for if I don't have enough now. I probably have enough now. 22 bags, it's 22 times 8. That's a lot of clay. But if I don't have enough, then we will have opportunities to get more. We've had... All right, get your money's worth. Get your money's worth. I'll be here. I'll be here later. These recordings won't go anywhere. Have a good one. So this is just gravel driveway that I'm stealing here. I have been known to steal my neighbor's driveways. That is 3 sacks. We do not have room in any of our bags right now, so I'm just going to drop them until we run out of sacks. Okay, we did have room in our main backpack then. That's great. E-tool can return to the satchel. What I'm going to do next is we're going to stop by the warehouse. There is a warehouse across the street from our base here in West Point. The warehouse has there's a lot of crates in front of it. The crates have tools, or sorry, the crates have like steel in them for the most part. It's a strange loot table. I don't fully know how to describe it. It's a chances for steel bars, steel ingots, and handles, and then like saw blades. Like those are the only 4 things you'll see in that one specific loot table. I would call it like a factory or like a tool workshop or something, because maybe that's where you go to fabricate tools, right? That would kind of make sense, but at least in this case, there's not a lot of actual tools outside of the one spot in the factory floor, which we'll take a look at that. So this is the factory I'm talking about here. It's got like some fabs and whatnot on the factory floor there. And okay, so I have the keys to this place on a different key ring, so I'll have to go through the doors here that I opened already. Now what I'm going to do is actually, this is going to seem a little counterintuitive, I'm going to drop most of the clay out of this bag so that it's only got like 8, yeah, there we go, so it's like half empty. Drop the bag itself so it's lightweight enough to pick back up. And then we're going to fill up the other bag with stuff. And then we'll dual wield the bags, one in each hand. So what I'm focusing now on is stuff that I'll want for a forge, because we're going to build a forge in Jericho. So a little bit of everything would be great. Calipers, metalworking pliers, key ring, small punch and chisel, hacksaw. Ball peen hammer, surprisingly not as common as I thought. Half mask respirator without any filters. But this is where the tools of this area are, is in these containers. There are not many other containers that have them. Metalworking chisel, file set, sheet metal snips, all screws are more or less useless right now. You can use them to make a couple of obscure improvised weapons, but you can't, and I'm really mad about this, I've talked about it before, I'm really mad that we can't just use screws as a nail replacement, a substitute for nails, in all of the carpentry recipes. We should be able to. But, I mean, like, as long as we have, like, a hand drill, so that we can route holes in the wood and then just use screws, but if that is in the progress, the devs haven't said anything about that. They only somewhat recently introduced the concept of alternative materials for the building menu. So if we look at the building menu and we go to barricades, this is one of the few places where you see it. Metal bar barricade can do iron bars, steel bars, or steel rods. That's one of the only things that in the building menu that's been implemented that can do that. So I want to say that they put that in there as like to establish a precedent that they can build off of for other things. So we might see screw-based carpentry at some point, but not yet. Not yet. And I say this as somebody who has done a lot of amateur carpentry, including this thing here that is holding my monitor. I built that myself. All out of screws and carriage bolts. Not a single nail involved. Perhaps I'm just more civilized. I don't know. This is all just janitorial stuff, but box of nails, yes please. Wood glue, we actually do want extra pliers. Pliers are used for both blacksmithing and glass making. I know there were a lot of cleaning liquid bottles at our destination, but I don't know much about bleach. So I went ahead and took a few bleaches there, and now I think that's as many tools as we're going to find here for now. That's a pretty good selection right there. We can do most of blacksmithing with this. Nothing is jumping out at me as something we're missing. And a lot of things that we might be missing, we can eventually just make ourselves. So I'm going to take like 6 steel bars, maybe. Steel bars are just swords waiting to be forged. Turn a steel bar into a sword or a machete. And in these boxes, that's what I was talking about before. There's some hacksaw blades, handles, steel bars. I'm looking for ingots. I'm just going to take like 2 ingots because I rarely use them. Here we go, steel ingot. And if I take 0.1 encumbrance out of here, 1.1 actually total. Now I can fit another one. Ooh, 5 steel ingots in there. I don't think I would have a chance, and I don't think I would want to. Chocolate milk out of the garbage. What could go wrong? And in this universe, no liquid spoilage yet. It's coming. 100% confirmed. The way the rain is closing in with some fog here, that tells me that it's either a thunderstorm or a hurricane. So we're going to have this for several days then. You know what? I think we're going to go ahead and take a few more steel bars then, yeah. Because we still have some room in our main backpack. Bars can probably the most flexible thing, because if you want to, for example, you take a steel bar, you saw it in half, there's a steel bar half, you can turn that into a hunting knife and many other tools. Ingots, with a little bit of processing, can be turned into many other things as well, but it takes a little bit more processing. Like, you gotta saw it into blocks to get steel blocks for like club hammers, and then saw those blocks into chunks for things like nothing's coming to mind. A steel chunk, maybe a pierced chunk, will get you a hammerhead or something like that. I'm just looking to fill every possible orifice for the moment. Hacksaws are a wear item depending on how much you use them, so I'll take another hacksaw. And with that, we are 100% full in all of our current backpacks. And so now I put the other frame pack in my hand, and I see if I can fill it all the way up. This is going to be a challenge. So I didn't take enough sacks out of it. I got to take a couple more. Still a couple more. Still a couple more. There we go. Okay, so now, as long as we can fit 2 encumbrance into our inventory, we are able to continue to fill up the backpack. We might make it. We're really min-maxing the carrying right now. We're carry-maxing. Okay, so I couldn't quite get these last 4. So in order to get around that, what I can do is drop a few things that are currently in my main inventory. perfect. Okay, shit. Now I can't pick this stuff back up. Damn it. That's, well then. Alright, so I tried to completely max myself out, but it just didn't work. I wasn't able to carry all of my stuff. So that's fine. We are set to go home. Doesn't matter how heavy we are. Race car can still pull it. In fact, the race car can pull it a little too good. We're going to have to artificially limit our speed because we will end up going faster than is a good idea for this this weather. So I'm going to set the cruise control for 60 and see how that feels. That's already faster than I really should be taking these turns. For anybody joining, welcome. We're in the process of pulling a bunch of supplies from West Point to our new base in Louisville. And had a lot of rain in the process here. That's all right. A little bit of rain never hurt anybody. Might have helped them get hurt, but rain itself. Well, also depends on whether you played that one game. Sean! Sean! Pretty good nurse for a fucking journalist. I'm not going to think about that too hard. I shouldn't have been reaching to go get my other liquid container there. But we didn't flip over all the way, so we're good. We escaped step van this time. Step van may have taken a little damage. That's whatever. Once we get it to our destination, we're going to be taking stuff out of it more than we are putting stuff in. Recovery. I really need to ease up on those turns. Let's set cruise to 50. I'm so overloaded that I can't take anything out of any of the containers to start eating anything. Maybe I can nab these chips from the passenger or from the glove compartment. Yeah, I can do that. So this is where our logistical shortcut here becomes invaluable. We went through a lot of effort to make sure that we can use the railroad tracks to get into Louisville. And although I have the weaponry to deal with a lot of zombies right now, I've got a lot of other things I need to do before I'm good to do combat. And the rain is, yeah, no, you don't want to be fighting in the rain like this. Even if you're just doing melee, the rain will drown out sound, and it'll be very hard to hear zombies coming in. I'm going to set top speed to 40 now. You know, I never tried just going straight through the entire building. I don't know if I can. I'm going to try. I'm curious. We did clear out the parking lot well enough. No, I can't. I forgot that there's just this random boxcar right here. So yeah, we do have to go all the way out to the parking lot. That's fine. I'm pretty sure I can get out this garage door. So that is the checkpoint right there, if anybody wasn't here when we hit it. That was a lot of fun. So now it's almost a straight shot back to base. There'll just be a couple of turns that we'll need to be aware of. The way this really works is now that we are surrounded by one tile of gravel on both sides, we can be reasonably certain that as long as both vehicles are on the tracks, then we are safe from anything by at least a tile of cushion distance. The only thing that could possibly mess us up now would be a zombie camping on the railroad tracks, possibly behind a tree like one of these that we can't see through because garbage culling mechanics. There's going to be a curve after we get past the see, now it's veering off the tracks a little bit. I want to straighten it out. There it is. There's the curve I was thinking about. That was after the end of the gray wall there. And we got a road crossing. There were Zeds here last time. We got out and shot, or not shot, but we slashed a few. Looks like those ones on the right might be moseying in our general direction. That one, at least, is closer than any of the others were before. So that might explain why some of them got here. The rest of it is just general group mechanics moving around. There was going to be a little bit of displacement because of the shooting we did on 31 West, which is, 31 West is kind of like in that direction by a little further, towards top left side of the screen. We constantly got out and shot the gun a lot, which is far enough to cause movement back in this direction. But now that we are seeing explored territory on both sides of the walls here, we are back to base. I have almost cleared this corner here. It would take a lot of concrete, or a lot of gravel, but someday I want to have just everything in front of the parking lot here just drivable, just make that whole place a drivable surface without any grass on it. I don't know if I've ever gone quite that far in any of my previous characters. The race cars have been reunited once more. LBMW and Spiffo. I'm not 100% sure exactly where the kiln is going to be, but it's going to be somewhere in this area. Eventually, the way this is going is the other gate that we just used is probably going to be the gate that we use to get in and out of the crafting area, the workshop, the big workshop. So that means that the kiln, which is where I'll be using all the clay, is going to be somewhere in this side of the area. So we can leave this entire collection of clay sacks right there. And now most of what's left in this other bag is either metalworking, so these steel bars we'll leave on the floor here. Now, why is it that the sound for the charging batteries just got really loud right here? Oh, I see. Okay, okay. I understand it now. So the battery chargers are right here. When we walk over here, the battery chargers are in line of sight, so the noise gets really, really, really loud. That's obnoxious. It's a consequence of me using these gates to replace these tiles here. I use these gates because I can see through them specifically, so I can see if there's zombies approaching them from where. But in that particular case, it's working against me because it's fucking annoying. On the bright side, these batteries should be done. I should have known that we had plenty of mops here. So we did waste a very small amount of space on that. And this is where, if I had a toolbox, I would be putting some of these tools in it. But alas, I do not have a toolbox. So I'll just keep these tools in a pile that is visually distinct. The nails go with the rest of the spare construction stuff here. Alright, so 3 boxes of nails, that's great. We should have no problem now. And the pliers, these are for glass making. Glass making goes near the kiln, so these 2 pliers here. And everything else we picked up is a little bit more metalworking here. And then some cooking stuff. While we're thinking about cooking stuff, we, in State Trooper, we have an entire garbage bag of cookware that has been waiting to be deployed here at Jericho into the cookware container, which is always to the right of the fridge, under the sink. That's just something I like to do in my bases if I can manage. So we are still at weight neutral at 84 kilo. So 84 kilo is just below the fat threshold, where if you get 85 and just like a tiny bit over 85, then you are officially fat, and you start running into endurance regeneration issues, among a few other things such as increased clumsiness. I mean, our character is already clumsy, but I'm assuming that it gets even worse if you're fatty. So we like a little bit of cushion, but we don't like over chunk. That's kind of how I feel about that. And it is a little bit past our bedtime, so once I drop this stuff off, our head hits the pillow. Speaking of pillows, we have a bunch of those medical beds, so I could have more than one bed here at base. For now, I only have one. Alright, so we've got 7 sacks of gravel. I was thinking about extending the driveway of the animal yard here. That's a good start. We'll need a lot more than 7 to do something more substantial than this. In fact, 7 is probably not even going to necessarily get us just the way across here. Basically, each sack is 4 units, so that is, we've got 5, so basically we just go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that's it. That's all we got. So, it's something. There are places I can steal gravel from just right down the road here, and I might do that just to finish what we've started here. We would need, seeing as I have a total of 7 sacks, that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That would get the interior. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that would get me all the way to the parking lot. So if I went to get 5 more sacks and then I filled them all up, that's what I need. I probably have sacks somewhere, but my assets are scattered to the wind here. In fact, I probably might not have too many more sacks laying around. Most of them that I had locally have been filled up with clay. And there's an easy fix to that. We can just start emptying the clay. What do we need? 5? It's more space efficient to have the clay in sacks, but if you want to actually use it, you gotta take it out. So now all we gotta do is fill up all of these sacks with gravel somewhere. Wow, the step van did not lose any trunk storage space. That's great. I am happy about that. What I'm going to do is offset the parking lot on this side just a little bit so that the lineup of ammo vans, which is going to be parked on this side, does not block the entrance to the animal pen there. Okay, it is now August 1st. So if I care about crops dying back at Phallus Lake, I need to go back there today. No, I'm gonna deal with it. My projected RTB was something like August 8th, and yeah, I'm not gonna move that up just because some crops might be dying.
If he dies, he dies.
Don't care. I have put way too much thought into that garden. way more than it deserved. We got our money's worth for it, but we don't need to be going nuts with it any further. This van has been running for God knows how long. I forgot to shut it off when I put it here. So that's not good. So we only have a little bit of time left before our second bedtime. What I'm going to do for now is just pick up and put back down the gravel here. See the gravel, it's kind of hard to see, but there's a seam, a grassy seam, so it doesn't look like the gravel elsewhere. And we'll catch a sleep, and then after our sleep we will refill our cow's milk and get the hunger taken care of. The music broke a while ago. We could fix that if we got into combat. I'm going to not get into combat right now, because that would require pulling a number of zombies, and I don't know where the nearest groups are. So we're just going to play the music ourselves. You would think that after spending a patch dedicated to improving sound-related things, maybe they would spare some time for the music breakage. Nope, not this time. That alarm clock could be anywhere, by the way. It could be in any one of those houses, because we hear them from a very far distance now. We were never hearing it before. I had this vision for the sports car, or the race cars here. What we do is we park them so that the blue one is on this side and the red one is on that side, so they can both get out of their parking spots. But we got some dynamism there with the blue on the left side there and the red on the right side. It's great. I like it. And they're still easily accessed just by running across the street here. Ended up with a couple of extra ammo crates because I wanted to clear out the driver's seat of the other step vans, so I'm going to put these on the floor for now. At some point we will have a completely separate ammo carrier. Mason's chisel belongs with the metalworking tools for now. And with that, we are organized. Pet the birds. Give the birds grass. The birds look at the bird feed. Don't be fooled by the rain. It loves to stop and start in this game. This is where we're going to steal a lot of gravel. Not directly next to the tracks, but a little farther up here. There will be a, what should I call it? A train station. There's actually a train station up here. There's also a billion zombies at the train station. We are not looking to engage them right now. At least I want to say that, that's a bigger fight than we're currently equipped for. Especially because we don't have a clean angle of approach. Yeah, the woods we just drove through does not count. For example, there could be any number of zombies in the trees behind us here. Although I would like to clear them out if I see any. I'm just gonna kind of go back and forth one more time and see if I don't see any silhouettes here. So I'm going to move up a little bit and use the sound of the engine to pull this group. As you can see, lots of gravel up here. Hey, look at that. We fixed the music. Alright, this place tends to be crawling. Crawling in my crawl. But a lot of them are going to come down from the north there. Brad Effects, how's it going? You caught us in a moment of mild combat here. We are in need of some gravel, and there's quite a bit of gravel up here. There's also quite a bit of zombies up here. We're in central-ish Louisville. Kind of like southwest-ish of center. Just going to use a Q to see if anybody's in the forest above us there. .18 dropped if you didn't catch it. The biggest change has been unusually thorough alteration to sound levels. That's I've got my mixer on screen here. We're taking a look at the various changes to sound as we do it. One of the most easy examples I can give is listen how quiet my flashlight is. Can you even hear that? It's been cut down to like a quarter, maybe even a fifth. And it's not the only thing. A whole lot of things have been cut to like a small fraction of what they used to be. And none of that makes sense. None of that makes sense. And meanwhile, other things haven't necessarily gotten louder, but we can hear them from farther away. We can now hear zombies slapping doors from 70 tiles away instead of 20. That's what it used to be. So that's more than twice as far away. We can hear zombies slapping shit. And there are a few key exceptions to the new noise schema, and the most notable would be the killing sound when I kill a zombie. That is as loud as it's ever been. Yeah, nothing in the patch that they have done that I've seen so far has been worth starting a new run, in my opinion. I am going to be real with you. I think this patch, this update, has been a lot of busy work for the sake of saying that they were able to push out an update that didn't break any saves. That's, but of course there still might be save breakage because people who play with a lot of mods are probably going to have a rough time. I think one of my viewers actually said that theirs was broken by this update. We were fine. We didn't even have to do a map conversion. But yeah, you can see that every time we kill a zombie, hello, the levels peak into the yellow. Literally nothing else we do right now will peak them into the yellow, so that is loud like it used to be. I don't know what's going on with the sound, I really don't, but a lot of it I don't like, and the rest of it I have a very mid opinion on. Thoroughly whelming. This place is not what it used to be. Just like the rest of the game, it has been nerfed rather significantly. No, that's not a mod. This is OBS, a pop-out window from OBS. I've just made it transparent so that transparent and stay on top so that I can. I have some PowerShell scripts that it's the same thing that I do to have chat on screen. The chat window on the left-hand side there, it's just a Firefox window. I use some PowerShell scripts to make it stay on top. And then I use auto hotkey to make it transparent. I'll start by stealing gravel from this side here. So we're here for gravel. We only need 12 bags. So we might not even need to get the backpack out for that. I don't know. I mean, I'm not really thinking too hard about it. There is nothing that... See, it's all going to be a value proposition of what the update contains. If the update is a save-breaking update, but it doesn't contain anything that really seems interesting, that really seems to be worth breaking the save, I'm just going to roll back and play the previous version for as long as until something interesting comes out, basically. I have not had that happen yet. Not yet. I'm not saying it can't happen, but it might. All I can say is if this update, 42.18, if this had broken saves, I would roll back and I would not hesitate for a second, because nothing that came in this update is worth anything. The sound changes and like 500 MP fixes, and that's it. I'm sure the multiplayer people are having great fun. That's nice. I don't do multiplayer, so half of the patch notes are just my eyes glaze over. But it's an important part of the game, just not a part that's relevant to me, so they may do what they wish with that. When the time comes for more wood, I will be definitely cutting some trees on this tracks there so that I can have a direct line to the base from the railroad tracks, so I have to go roundabout here. They can't even do thunder right. Not enough audio channels. Alright, so my animal pen is complete. We even have a route from the driveway to drive straight through it to drop off more animals. Well, I say it's complete. there was something that I had in mind that wouldn't be too hard to do. It would just involve sledgehammering out some of the back walls of the house so that I can turn the house into a barn. Yeah, literally me. I'll believe it when I see it, but it's great to hear that. It is great to hear that. Alright, I've been putting it off, but now that we've got nothing but rain, and we're done with the outdoor activities I had planned, it is time for a little bit of indoor base work. Not the most compelling content, but a very necessary part of my plans here. Doing something with these fridges would be nice. Their only way to delete fridges without spending propane on torches is to put them into a garbage can that can actually fit them. And there is only one in the game that I know of. It is a garbage can that comes from either Spiffos or Pizza World. The orange one at Spiffos or the black and red one at Pizza World. I am going to go to Pizza World and acquire a garbage can and start deleting fridges. Not all of them, maybe like all but 6 or something. Last time I tried to preserve a bunch more, and I never did anything with them. And I need to be less attached to things like that. We do not need 200,000 fridges. Never have, never will. So we are actually going to go out in the field then. Is there anything else I want from Pizza World right now? Nothing is jumping out at me immediately. Yeah, okay. Oh my god, Richard, I wish they would. I wish they have. We'll find out possibly later this stream, and I will be very happy if they did, because that blacksmithing is one of the single most obnoxious sounds in this game. That extremely high-pitched sound of hammer hitting metal. I've been meaning to replace my hammer for a while now. I now have. My current sword is pretty good, same with machete. Flashlight could use a new battery. Migratory guests. They are ever present up here. Let's find out how many there are. Come on. I'm not going to wait for anybody to respond to that. I'm just going to leave it there. If there is anybody to come out of the woodwork, then better the street than the inside. Got other things to work on right now. Just need to kill them as soon as they show up and not a second later. Preferably earlier, but I already swept through there twice and they keep migrating into backfill, so I want to assume that the reason that they're not all coming at once is because the migration system is making them fill empty cells and or is making them move in the general direction of my generator. It could be either. It could be both. I don't know. I don't understand the migration system enough. This is only my first character playing with respawns off. Respawns would always take over long before I could ever study the migration effects. So, our destination... Only slow shamblers have long memories, only sprinters... Yeah, you see, actually, at first, that was what I thought extinction mode was, is that only sprinters could use doors. Fuck. I thought I was going to clear that guy. But that is a negative. I think, wait, it's not all zombies. Not all zombies can use it. Hashtag not all. So we're just bypassing everybody here because we don't have weather for heavy combat right now. So I'm not engaged. Damn it. Okay, I'm making mistakes. I need that sound bite from Zelinka. You are making mistakes. I might not have gotten the best sleep last night, IRL. I do have that restless sleeper debuff in real life. Hang on a second. Okay, so something I want to keep in mind. That is a mass gen Fatco, and it is not looted and trashed. I very, very rarely have ever engaged with the stuff down here. It's never felt worth it to me. But, that may be worth it. If we run out of any sort of tool-related stuff, tools or building materials, I know where we're going next. So these guys here, I don't want them following me as I go up to the Spiffo/Pizza World area. So I'm just going to drive off in this direction until I'm long out of their range, and then circle around. We were only in range of a large number of zombies for a very short period of time there, but the music system decided that it was time for epic music. So here is a Spiffos and Pizza World up here. Anybody on this side of the buildings here, up here, in this corner, I can probably safely engage with melee. I just don't want to go too loud, so no firearms. He's got some kind of a blade in him. Spear with glass head. So one of the reasons that it's more or less safe up here is because we spent a lot of time in the crossroads down here shooting with the MSR-7T, which is a rifle. So a lot of people up here who would have been up here would have moseyed down through the woods to get plinked by us in the crossroads there. Or there could have just never been that many here to begin with. I literally can't tell. I mentioned this before, but apocalypse spawns have been nerfed noticeably, significantly. Butter that's been in a dumpster for an entire year in like almost 13 months. Yeah, that's definitely something I should be picking up. Alright, so what do I want from this place in addition to trash can? That was what we're here for the primary purpose. I think I will take 2 trash cans actually. You hear that? It's in my center speaker. If you look at the line there, I believe that's center. Hang on. I actually can't tell. I don't remember what the layout is for the speakers on OBS here. But what I think that is, I think that's my own truck. I think that's my own truck. I think I'm just hearing it because it's all the way up there, and there's something weird causing Windows to multiply the sound. I have no idea, but it's way louder than it should be if that's the case. Hello. Oh, place. Pick up, please. There we go. Scared for a second there that I couldn't pick up these garbage bins are essential to my strategy. I do hear somebody mouth breathing. Probably in one of these rooms. Or outside. They're not in here. They're probably right around the corner in there. That's a very mean thing to do. It's probably a death zombie. But we could, let's knock on the door. So we already popped this door, but we just didn't go in there. Let's see if that wakes it up. Well, I don't know I don't know why I care. There's no reason to care about that. I don't think anything is going to be in that room that I care about. We are here for garbage bins, and I only really want 2. I think that is my truck. That's like at negative 30 decibels from this distance. That is wild. Now, they did add a separate vehicles. Sorry, they added a separate audio slider for engine noises. And I don't know when they added that, but this is the first time I've noticed it with this update. I did leave it running semi-intentionally. I would have shut it off, but I figured that if there were any more zombies up here that would have come moseying due to sound, then the truck would have caught their attention before I did. Okay, so yeah, that is a very dangerous zombie then. I was not hearing somebody outside. It's inside that room, and it's around one of the two corners, and I don't know which. And it did not respond to sound, so it's probably a deaf zombie. So that is actually one of the most dangerous zombies in the game, bar none, because it's inside of a very small room and around a corner. Not even going to engage. I don't care. Whatever's in that room is not even close to being worth it. I just wanted to give an example because that's how even somebody with, if I hadn't been programmed to look out for those, we came very close to losing our character Nora because of one of those. It was a zombie in one of those tight houses that has like doors right next to each other, like even closer together than these two right here. They were like within one tile of each other. Did I leave it running again? Yep, it was the truck. It seems like the windows were multiplying the sound, it's not an unusual thing. That actually does happen. I don't think I needed any, I don't think I needed any of these steel counters. And even if I did, I would be able to, I can make them myself. Steel counters here, I can make these. One thing I don't have are any range hoods. I'm going to be in the market for decorative furniture. Now, these display cases would be cool, but they don't show anything being in them when you fill them up. So they visually look cool, but they don't, they're not very functional if you're trying to go for a specific, like, oh, there's a bunch of stuff in that container look. So they're not like the other kind. White floors with white tables is actually a combo that I don't know if I've ever tried. But now I have the option if I want to. Those weigh 30. Wow. Yeah, I could never carry that back if I wanted to. If I want those tables, we'll have to come back for them. I narrowly missed that one. I have a thought about getting back. It would require me to have a better understanding of my local neighborhood here, which is not a bad thing. Let me go up here, and I'm going to take the first right, which I think is just going to be bringing me to 841. If I remember the number right, it's 8 something. It starts with 8. That's not it. That's kind of a dead end, actually. Yeah, it is up here then, so this will take me to the double road here with the divided median. I do not like the divided median on this road. I actually kind of hate it because it results in not being able to see whether there's Zeds on the other side of the road as you approach. But this is, okay, this is where we spill onto the railroad track. Okay. So by simply going in this direction, I've already polluted the railroad track. So next time we have a free combat phase, no rain or whatever, messing up our combat, we're going to clear this crossroads here a little better. Because I need the railroad track clear at all times. So I'll use the railroad track to get home, but we need to come back. That's the next place we'll be doing combat, is at that intersection there. And this is a situation where it's actually rather valid to drive straight into the kitchen. Eventually, I'll have the entire place cleaned up to the point where driving through will be nothing at all. We haven't reached that point yet. So this sink and what's under it is 100% confirmed. However, this one is not. That just started putting stuff there because I needed somewhere to put it. I may continue to use that oven as like a separate defroster versus cooker. I don't know. I don't think there's any reason to ever defrost something at a lower temperature unless you want to like set it in there and leave it and not worry about how long you put it in, right? So if you put a separate oven and set the temperature to 250, for example, 250 is not hot enough to cook anything, but that will thaw it out of the freezer. There's our home for soda, directly under the soda machine. Oh, and I was supposed to put the, if I wanted to do the range hood, that was supposed to go down first. What? Okay. Some things still block it, but not the most important thing, right? That's good. I may swap out the fridge for a chrome fridge, but I don't know exactly where the nearest chrome fridge is, and I'm not too worried about it. I need to get a double check on where the washing machine is. I think it's right here. I'm sorry, the rain barrel for the washing machine. 1, 2, and then 3 tiles in. I'm pretty sure that's the epicenter. Let's double check that real quick. And after that, we hit the sack for our first bedtime. So there's the corner. 1, 2, epicenter. Yes, okay. Perfect. No washer and dryer yet, but when we get one, we know exactly where to put it. Last but not least, a garbage can for the kitchen. There's a little bit of clash there. Unfortunately, this particular breed of garbage can only comes in 2 colors. As far as I know, it is Spiffos orange and Pizza World black and red. So let's do small form food in the corner here. Coffee additives, and heavy form food in here. Cans. Let's do under the second sink. A little bit past our second bedtime, but otherwise we've got a little bit closer to an organized kitchen. Still not quite there, but getting closer. Believe it or not, I didn't spill too much. For anybody joining, welcome. We're doing some base cleanup in design. We've seized control of a base that I call Jericho because it is a bit of a fortress base. It's in the heart of Louisville, and there are 2 long walls of unattackable surface here. So the only way in or out of this base, lest I use a sledgehammer, is the front up here with all the windows and doors, or the back door with the garage door here. So it is a very, very safe place as far as Louisville POIs go. The only slight downside is that it's so big that if a zombie was attacking doors or windows on the opposite side of where I was, I wouldn't hear them. So that is a slight concern, but we're pretty good about our neighborhood patrols here. You can barely notice the table is there. That might even be a driving hazard. Beautiful. Okay, I kind of like that. No, I'm actually not 100% on the floors here. I might actually change the floors. But for now, it looks fine. Now, what about all this crap on the floor? We have solutions to it. We have two of them. These garbage cans here. What town is it? This is Louisville. I'll hit the map here so you can see. That's West Point. Here is Louisville. So we are at Jericho here. And this, you can just barely see the text of it. This is Louisville, the center of it. We're on the far east, northeast side of the map here. We've pretty much finished with the rest of the map. That is a lot of territory, but we have explored the most interesting parts of it. And now there are way too many fridges for anybody to ever use, so time for some deletable fridges. We are now in weight loss, so I'm not too upset about eventually going into a weight loss phase. How much milk do we have left in here? Quite a bit. So I'll just fill up my cups and we'll continue using milk for now. This is the least amount of effort that I could put into nutrition. So if I wanted to pick up these fridges and move them, I would have to gear down so that I could fit something that weighs 40 into my inventory, and I'm not doing that right now. At least not yet. For now, I'm just going to move the trash can itself closer to where the fridges have been dumped on the floor. And just dump the fridge directly into the garbage can and delete. The map designer really went nuts with this place. There is no other grocery store on the map that has this many fridges. Not even close. If there was a final boss of grocery stores, that would be this one. Okay, now if we really wanted another white fridge, this one over here I will not delete. We'll find a place to store it. And we're going to do something similar with these smaller produce containers. They have very little room on them, so they're not very useful. But I may want one or two of them for aesthetic purposes later on. For now, the vast majority of them get the yeet. Let's go ahead and drink some milk to shut the hunger up and get a second sleep. And then we're going to start building a few steel crates. Steel crates have, if you have the organized trade, a steel crate can fit 104 encumbrance of stuff. Sounds like light rain outside. Yeah, light rain. Nice. I like it. So a steel crate is, just delete a chunk of these here. I definitely didn't miss that fucking thing. I need to deal with that. That's gonna piss me off in the long term. I need to find that fucking thing and shut it off. Could be in any one of these fucking units. Oh, great. Now I get to wait until 8 a.m. tomorrow. I'm pretty sure it was this room right here. Yes? No? Yep, there it is. This fucking thing. Okay, so we were able to hear this goddamn alarm clock from, yes, tiles away. Yeah. Through how many walls? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 walls. Yeah, okay. Make of that what you will. That I feel like that can't be functioning as intended. Oh, while I'm here. We actually needed several more pillows than that, but one is fine for now. This garbage bag is full of food additives. These additives are, there's so many of them that it makes the right-click menu really hard to navigate. So we don't want to actually put all of them in one container. I would just like to put, well, okay, so I want to put a few, like 4 of each type of herb, so that that doesn't pollute the menu too much. All the rest of this is coffee additives of some kind. Herb and or coffee additives. So things like sugar cubes, sugar packets that don't go in anything else, but are useful for coffee. See, I don't want my right-click menu to ever get polluted if I'm standing in front of where the coffee machine is. Everything else can go in the corner. Now, these cooled shells I actually kind of want. I'm curious to see if I could do something fun with them, but indeterminate. I don't know if they draw power. These shelves over here, I think these actually will refrigerate things without costing you power. I don't know that for sure, though. I'm just going to double check the power consumption rate. Yeah. See, it is 1 industrial fridge, 2 popsicle freezers, 6 lights, and that's it. Nothing else. This is just a decoration. everything that's currently in the trunk of the fire truck, is going to be put into a military backpack and then left on the ground. Same strategy as my ambulance, so that I can have things in it and be able to take things out and put them back in very easily. And now we can use the fire truck to hoover, as in like just pick everything up off the floor until it gets full, of course. Everything except for garbage bags, which are pre-allocated stuff, and extremely heavy furniture things. Trucks with a bed are very easy to load stuff in because you can access the trunk from all sorts of angles. I think it's probably the most widely accessible container out there. It's the bed of the truck or a trailer. Job interviews. Oh yeah, that can eat it. And great, you're being judged from every angle. Miss anything? I wouldn't say overly substantial, not really. We stopped by Spiffos to get, or not Spiffos, the Pizza World up there to get some more stuff. We did a logistics run from the staging ground and from West Point, and had a side quest to gather some clay from the Ohio River near West Point. So if you've seen one trip down the river to gather clay, you've seen them all. And that ate up a good chunk of the time. No, I did say that I was going to build some storage containers, and I am. And that will help exfiltrate a good chunk of... It's one of my watches. It's got to be one of the fucking... Let's add another item to the list of things we can now hear from 70 fucking tiles away. You've got to be fucking kidding me. You have got to be fucking kidding me. Fuck this. Fuck this. I'm not going to go searching for a goddamn watch. So fucking stupid. You missed a lot of bitching. That's a yeah, you definitely missed alarms from alarm clocks. Now 70 tiles away. Just like, I swear to God, they did not just. All they did was go in there and just be like, let's take this entire category of sounds and increase the radius. That's all. I feel like that's all they fucking did. But maybe I'm just being overly cynical. I don't know. Our sound design is cooked, bros. Here we go. Basically, KY Ranger is just filled with stuff that helps us build crates. All we got to do is get some propane in it and some dub rods. I have a theory that all I got to do is back up facing this wall here and stand in front of the trunk, and I should be able to make crates. Yeah. Don't even have to peel the sheets out of there. There's our furniture storage, boys. Now, it may look like it's really slow to accelerate while we're in here. Truth is, we're basically driving on sand for some reason, and I don't actually know why. Not like, you know, it's not like there's sand underneath the tiles, but the speed with which we're driving is functionally equivalent to sand. I was going to do heavy form food. You know what? I am. Just heavy form food that's in active use. Heavy form that's not in active use in this corner to start. And then cans on the other side. Damn it. Can't quite get the fridge in there from there. That's fine. Household and junk in the corner. And I classify boxes of tissues and boxes of garbage bags as both as household. Like a spider building the web right now. Just nothing but cleaning up. And that is it for that. Weighs 2.0. That would explain that. Shouldn't often need to fit the truck back here, but this time it is, well, I'm not going to be able to. It's taking up the vast majority of my backpack right now. Doesn't look like there's that much. I'm resorting to some cardboard boxes. I don't want to keep, well, maybe we'll do, we could do some of these store shelves, I think. Abreu, how's it going? We are doing some fun things today. Very, 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 very fun things. Like sorting a grocery store, an entire grocery store. Never an easy task. Sometimes a worthy task. Sweet, okay. Just about done with all that. And it's just about bedtime too. So moving the truck back forward here. And then the heavy form and the canned foods, and that is the corner. Or at least for now. There's still other stuff on the floor out there. Some of it may include categories that we just finished, but that's okay if so. And all the rest of that is heavy form, which goes in there. See if it even fits. Yes, okay. Glorious. It's already 2 p.m. Time certainly flies. Alright, all the stuff that's on the floor here is sorted, so we are a lot closer to having actually gotten what needs to be sorted. Of course, that's not counting the garage. The garage is peanuts compared to what's out here. That right there is a pretty clean sales floor. Minus the sale sign here. Wait a minute, is that actually placed? I didn't realize that we could just no-clip through it. Nice. Okay, we'll catch another sleep, and then all we've got left is these big furniture items are actually fridges. We'll find a home for those. We may need some more steel containers, depending. job opening for the LV hangar. Nice. I have the same reaction when I can't fit everything I want onto shelves. He's a reasonable man. That guy who just screamed. Hello. That was a 1 second freeze for a second there. Not sure of what would cause that. And food. Heavy form. Food is full. Damn. Well then. Cardboard boxes into cardboard boxes. Easy solution. Yeah, I don't know why I got up the second one. I literally can't use it. Not with things this big, it's just too big. I need to ignore it. I need to ignore it, because if I don't, I will go fucking insane. I just have to ignore it. It's really annoying. But there's nothing I can do about it. I cannot... When you can hear it from 70 tiles away, it could be any zombie on this entire fucking screen right now. Almost any one of these zombies, it could be. And we already know it's one all the way up there somewhere, directionally speaking. Welcome to Project Zomboid 42.18, the sound redesign that nobody asked for. All the rest of them I'm going to delete. It's close enough to the edge of the base. I don't care. 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 Do not care. Nope. Don't care. Couldn't pay me to care. Uh-uh. We have drained this sink of all of its water, and now we are ready to plumb it. Somebody's got plumbing tools. Should probably have one in the fire truck, possibly. Yes. I don't really need a plumbing wrench in the fire truck. We now have access to 70 liters. Suppose I shouldn't delete those. Those give steel sheets when disassembled. I'll keep that in mind. If I need steel sheets, then I know where to get them. Sorry about this, folks. This is a very quiet afternoon today. If you're here for the yap, I'm on a temporary dearth. I shall have some more later, if that's what you're here for. Otherwise, we've got the chill today. As that is a part of the great organization of Jericho. So as a demonstration of how easy it is to make good coffee now, stand in front of the coffee machine. There's a single bullet of coffee. That's the one I'm actively using. Stand there, click the button. I've got a mug of water I've turned into a coffee, and then I just right-click on it, and all of the coffee ingredients are right in front of me. Sugar packet, white sugar, honey, sugar cubes. And I could do cinnamon. Cinnamon is a lot more rare, so I'm going to hold off on the cinnamon. Mint. Marigold. Chamomile. And that right there is a super coffee. No. Well, I mean, starting the blacksmithing area, yes. As for when, also yes. Truth is, yes, I am. It is going to happen today. We've been at this for 7 hours. I am very easily led down rabbit holes. No better example than today. But that's what we're here for. Rabbit holes. Okay, looking good. That sink used up, we plummet, and then it will have 223 liters available to us. 'Tis but a fraction of my true power. Wait a minute, what? 270, wasn't it? No, 270 is 6 o'clock. That's more like it. That's what I'm talking about. I still have not quite memorized those translation numbers, but it's beautiful. What? I don't need glass in my sink, thank you very much. Just, okay. Forge and furnace. And kiln. And hand press. Pottery wheel. Storage. All these things and more. Whenever I start putting together a workshop, I like to use references from my own previous bases here. Could do no worse than our current base at Phallus Lake here. Give me a slightly closer shot. That's max zoom. Here we go. The orientation is off. Yeah, so this is useful, but limited use. I believe my Nora's base was oriented properly. Yeah, I'm still playing an old save. Have to restart your save is a very strong word. The devs want you to restart your save. If the devs actually listen to my feedback, maybe I actually would restart my save. But the devs don't listen to my feedback and they don't respond to my bug reports. So, no, I'm going to try to convert my save every single time. And we had no problems doing so. Usually when if a save is going to break and it's guaranteed to break, just, they're usually going to tell us, usually. This is what I did in Jericho for Nora. It was all right. I didn't like it, or I didn't like the fact that I don't like the orientation. It needs to be oriented so that we can use the entrance that's right in front of the building there. Also, we lost some windows, so I had to. Yeah, no problem. I mean, I don't know how the. Now, you're also playing multiplayer, so I don't know what's different from multiplayer. I'm playing single player. I don't do multiplayer, ever. It's a survival crafting game. I don't know why you would ever play multiplayer with, unless you're only playing with friends. What about Nora's base at Riverside? Where is it? I don't think I have any good shots of it near the end of her run. If I do, they're limited. Yes. Not the best shot of her workshop here. Once again, oriented the other way. It's like I only know how to set up a workshop in one direction. There are other directions. I swear. Okay. We can still use the same template. It's going to take a little bit of creative energy, I suppose. Perhaps that's why I never did it in other directions, is I didn't want to expend that energy. In any case, the most important frame of reference is the space that I need to drive into it with the truck. I need to be able to drive a truck full of charcoal in to the forging area. And 3 tile separation between the crafting sites was a solid way of doing that. So I'll keep this screenshot open and reference it as we proceed. Sure, no problem. Yeah, no, when it says you have to start over, I'm assuming you're talking about the, whatchamacallits. As always, it is recommended that you create a new save with no mods after updates. Blah, 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 blah. But they do not say specifically. They'll say in all caps, previous saves will not be compatible. They'll say that in all caps if it's not gonna work. All right. I always start with the kiln, and this one will be no exception. The kiln is the first stage to building a blacksmithing area. And the kiln goes in front of the furnace because the furnace and the kiln must pull charcoal from the truck. So I suppose the most important thing we should do first is establish the driving route for the truck itself. I'm going to get a... well, let me sleep first because... we want to keep ourselves on schedule, and it's close to bedtime here. Pipe wrench over here for when we get the laundry infrastructure. Yep, no problem. Nightmare at midnight 3. Oh, I hate nightmares. Well, I have turkeys I can pet now. I went ahead and saved some turkeys so we can go pet turkeys now. Look at that, no more stress. Alright, so, crowbar. So, and, crowbar and hammer, and I can pick up the floor tiles. I was considering keeping this guardrail. It's gone. It is 100% gone now that I'm considering doing it this way. The conveyor belt might be gone too, but I'm not 100% on that yet. If that's our drivable path, then forge on the this side. What if I used the forge from behind? I could do that. No, I don't want to do that, even if I could. I don't want to do that, actually. Huh. Okay. Forges are L-shaped. I've never liked that about them. They're L-shaped, and that messes with your opportunities to place things around them. I hate how heavy these tiles are. Makes them so hard to sort through. Wheelbarrows. You know what? I actually probably should sleep again. And you know what? The nightmare fucked me up. I'm just gonna drink some coffee. I don't have time for this shit. I have so many other things that I want to do right now. I don't feel like just sitting there fast forwarding, hoping that I can sleep again so that I can get rid of the early evening fatigue. This is why we have coffee machines. One, two, three, 4, 5 garbage bags to allocate for the forge. Would I really do that? Maybe. Maybe I would. If I were to put it flush with this wall. I could see that working. This would be a substantial shift from what I'm used to. But I could see that working. Okay, well, in that case, we'll use clay to place the, or to mime the location of the kiln. The kiln would have to be perhaps right here. So we're deleting one tile's worth of the conveyor belt. Perhaps I'll use the tarps to mark the furnace. But I would prefer to have the kiln closer to the other side. So I should probably swap those two. The problem with that comes in... See, I think we're starting to see why I only like doing it from these orientations. It's because it looks stupid from the other side. It's this stupid fucking bellows that sticks out of the right side and only the right side. I hate that. It limits my design choices severely. Now that's something I've never tried before. No, I don't want to do that. I was going to do something silly looking, but no, I don't want to do that. I also don't want to operate under the assumption that I was actually considering for a second doing the low fence trick so that I could place things and then just walk right through them. I don't feel like walking into my own furnace. Thank you very much. That would be one hell of a way to go if you became a zombie, but no. No, fire is a... we don't want to go with fire. I hate how there's just no good answer to this. I need to clean the stuff up off the floor right here because it is making it hard to count tiles. The height is another factor. It's tall enough that if I put it there, it'll block view of anything behind it, and the decorative things behind it will be 100% pointless. More pointless than they already are. Do it like that. Right, the gates open inward. I need to consider that. So, standing here, can't access the trunk. I don't think I can do this. I don't think I can use this as a straight drive-in entrance for the forge. Damn. It's all because of the orientation. Unless I wanted to stand behind the forge while crafting. I could do it this way if I wanted to stand. This is why I've never done a forge facing this direction. It just looks fucking stupid. The most efficient thing to do if you wanted to do this direction is to make it so that you would stand behind it. You specify that... No, you can't. They always open... if they're facing this way, they always open like that. If they're facing the other way, they always open... like these ones, for example. They always open in the same direction, too. Actually, let me just... It's safer to... Or smarter to leave the gates open. That will help me actually visualize that I need to make sure that there is clearance. These are the no-no tiles right here, these 8. Those are the no-no tiles. There's nothing. I cannot put anything that close. And that basically means that this conveyor is done. This conveyor cannot work if that is the case. And okay. Can't ever get these back when I destroy them, so that's why I was so hesitant. Oh, shut up. Fuck off. Windows? Didn't tell you to do that. God. Spam emails? Not interested. Hate getting spam emails. I would be too far away from the forge if I did it here. It won't spawn and visit it. I don't know what you're talking about. These gates only open one way. There's no ands, ifs, or buts about it. These ones swing this way, and these ones swing inwards. Maybe there's a mod that'll do it. There's always a mod, isn't there? So if I put the put the furnace there, and then I put the forge. What if I did it like that? Oh, what if I did it like that? I knew there had to be a way. If I did it like that, that leaves an open tile right here. That means nothing. That means nothing. An open tile right there means nothing. I still cannot access, because remember these fucking bellows. These fucking bellows do not actually count as part of the workstation for crafting purposes. If you want to right-click on the workstation, you have to be within one tile of it, but it has to be the two tiles that comprise the area where all the coal is in the middle there. You cannot right-click on the bellows. You can open the crafting menu if you right-click on the bellows, but it'll act like you're too far away from the crafting station. It's really fucking stupid, and I have always hated it from a design perspective. But it's been that way for a little while now, and I've just been dealing with it because there's not much else we can do. I can bitch and moan, but you know, it doesn't accomplish anything. Standing here, I get access to the trunk, and I'm still within one tile of both the furnace and forge. That just leaves the kiln. And I thought that I'd be able to figure this out. When I close this, I still need to measure. If I didn't do the kiln there, what if I did the kiln directly next to the furnace here? Is that too far away? That is absolutely going to be too far away from the truck. And remember, the truck is carrying the charcoal. So the charcoal has to be accessible easily from there. I must not be thinking clearly. We've got all this real estate to access the trunk from. Forward pushing real estate here. So standing here, got access to the trunk, got access to the furnace, got access to the kiln. There's a way through here. We leave this path open. Then I can go around the furnace. I'm sorry, the forge. The forge is here. I'm basically standing behind the all this calculation, and I'm still just standing behind the fucking workstation. It's like you can either face the way that I have in the screenshot, or you can stand behind it, or you can not use a truck. There's very few other options. Either that, or I'm just really struggling to see it here. Now we're parking the truck behind the, like somebody's got to go behind something if I want to. And I mean, at this point, I'm really not even doing it by that orientation. All roads just seem to lead to the other way, doing it the other way. This is frying my brain a little bit. I really should just admit that. This is really frying my brain. I need a brain reset. I really do. This is just frying my fucking brain. I really need a forge up and running, but this is killing me. I'm gonna go kill some fucking zombies. I just need a change of pace. Ah, God. I feel like I might, and the worst thing is I feel like I might have solved this problem before, or I'm not solved this problem, but came to this conclusion before. I might have come to this conclusion before. I can't remember. Do I need to set? I'm not even joking when I say this. I am unironically considering just setting fire to the entire apartment building. I will find a way. Multiplayer must have ruined that too. Oh, that's not good. We're gonna need to lose these guys. Survivor house right there. Kind of does. I mean, I don't know if that's reverb, but that's cool. See how they're all moving in that direction now? There'll be a couple that latch on to me as I leave this way, but that's fine. The goal was to reorient the bigger groups. Smaller individuals we'll deal with here. Oh, great. Yeah, meta event just comes along and fucks everything up. I might have to do exactly what I just did again, because the meta event will have just changed a few zombies' direction, and it may be a lot more than a few, but I have no idea. It's seemingly random how many zombies actually react to meta events. I have seen far too many where they just, not a single one on screen seems to react to it. And then sometimes it seems like half of the ones in the area do. Do a perimeter check on the south area here. Oh, the turkeys are probably stressed to death now. I completely forgot about them. They can gobble themselves to death. I don't fucking care. Get off of my fucking gates. Touch my fucking gates again, you bastards. So yeah, I dared to discharge a gun within God knows how short of a distance of the turkeys. And that is it. They're going to be stressed for the rest of their life now. Don't care. I did them the favor of saving them. They're just going to have to fucking deal with it. I need to observe the movements of the Zeds in the rail yard up here. I don't recall there being too many within spitting distance, but that could have changed now that we've done some discharge. Yeah, there's a couple up there. It's fine. None of them are even moving right now, so... I don't remember if there really was much of a way around. No, there's not. There's literally no way through here. And that's okay. Eventually, when I completely wipe out the townhouse area there, that's going to be a bit of a tall order. But eventually when I do that, we'll have a hole through the fence here. The one slight downside to the base being completely unattackable from this side, sometimes they don't attack, they just fucking stand there. Clear for the immediate moment. Who knows what kind of shifts we created by doing that. Managed to expend all of the 762 that I had allocated for shooting earlier. So that's a thing. No foot mobiles that I can see up here. Some wacky shaped ragdolls, but everybody looks to be no longer moving. Last peek down that road, and we're looking good. I have an idea. Okay, maybe that was exactly what I needed. Was to just clear my head and go kill some fucking zombies for a minute. I had gone a little too long without doing it. Not... Okay. There is one option that I've just been trying not to even consider. We don't have to actually have both sides of this gate. I showed precedent of it for it over here. As you've noticed, I did not position the gate correctly the first time, and so I deleted half of it. Only half of it. And that's enough to get a vehicle in and out. I don't like having only enough, but it works. If I were to do it like that, I'm also I'm under no obligation to keep the door there. It's only the light switch that has to. I mean, the light switch, again, I could cover it up too. The light switch doesn't matter that much. I just need to make sure that it's not destroyed. I can block the tile if I want to. I need to think outside of this box a little bit. I can think outside of other people's boxes, but when I put myself in a box, I'm fucking helpless. It's perfectly fine. I mean, it would be a waste of a door, of course. It would be a waste of half of a gate. I'm prepared to make that sacrifice, especially if I can make it work from the other orientation. I would sacrifice 3 gate bags. I don't care. I mean, if we make it work like that, then I don't even need the I don't even need to overthink the lineup for the kiln. I don't. I think that's what we're doing, and it's stupid. I actually don't like it, but I mean, I don't like that I had to come to this conclusion, but the biggest thing that was breaking my brain here is also, well, there's a couple things, but the one of the things that was fucking me up the most is that I felt like I needed to use all the real estate granted by the gates. I don't. I've said this many times. You only need 2 tiles to get a vehicle in and out. It's tight. It's very tight. But that's all you need. Let me just practice with this real quick. So that is just simulating what a wall would be. How annoying would it to be to get in and out of that? The answer is yes. Very yes. But that's also a skill issue. I'm going to need to... I have to step away briefly, IRL. I'm going to think about that as I step away. When I get back, I'm going to make a judgment call, and we're going to proceed. Yeah. I'm leaning very close towards it. But yeah, I'll be right back just a moment, folks, and then we will pull the trigger on that. Alright, so I've returned. Appreciate everybody sticking around. Yeah, I'm doing it. Double wire gate. Skill carpentry. Tool needed. A saw. Okay. Yeah, I know. Yeah. How's it going, Renzer? It has been a frustrating day for some aspects of this. But we've got some plans here. Getting our forge and furnace put together. You left a bag on the floor up there. What exactly was the purpose of that bag? It's the edge of the parking lot? It was. Okay. Good to know. He needs to be put out of the misery. Make that fucking noise again. Red flag, red flag. More like meat. That's annoying. I need a garbage bag because the game forces me to drop them now. Bad face. Let's see if that keeps them from coming back this way. I don't know if it will. Their survival instinct. Are you serious? Cursed things. Truly cursed. And that last thing I ever need is for them to randomly appear on my railroad tracks up there. Because that's currently my only way in and out of the train station up the road. I get this. Okay. The animals now get hidden by line of sight. But it seems their noises don't. Oh boy. That's gonna. It's gonna. That's exactly what it's gonna do. It's gonna. Draw an animal zone. Yeah, no, I guess that would work. Yes, it would. Yep. That is the silliest solution ever, and I'm here for it. I was about to stick the rabbit corpses in the fridge, but that doesn't work. I have literally frozen them before, and that did nothing. When I took them out of the freezer and butchered them, all the meat was rotten, even though the corpse still said fresh. I don't know if they fixed that, but I'm not going to risk the meat. I would like to have some meat. Yes. You know what? We've got a... I'm curious to see if these actually work. So we'll test it with rabbit meat. So these display cases, allegedly, as you can see, it's turning blue. But they don't cost me electricity. So I think I'm refrigerating those for free. Nice. Very nice. I couldn't explain exactly what would cause it, but it definitely occurred at least once. I can't remember what version it was when I did it. Alright, well, since we haven't fixed the front end of the base, we at least still have the Citadel here to sleep in. Alright, so that's, it's 6 planks per wall. So that's, 4 logs we're doing. We need 1 log intact for the for the forge, or the furnace, or whatchamacallit, the forge itself. Off by a factor. I thought it was 4. Oops. Well, I'll still need a couple more for the door itself. I love that. I receive things that I never use to build the door. I never use nuts and bolts, but I get them anyway. Once I do this, there's no going back. Okay, yeah. Yeah, we're doing it. Okay, so, 20 clay coming right up, and then we've got our kiln started. I mean, kiln is not actually a hard requirement. We've got 3 crucibles already. So it's not like it always is. Typically, I'll have to do a kiln first so that I can get the crucible. But in this character's journey, we've located many crucibles long before we ever actually needed to make our own. I appreciate that, but yeah, that yeah, I'm feeling it more now than I ever have, and that's mostly just because the a couple of factors are working against me at once here. The sound situation has definitely probably reduced my enjoyment of the game by a solid 10%. The fact that I don't think you were here for this, Ranzera, but we were we were getting certain things that we probably should not hear from 70 tiles away. Hearing 70 tiles away, just like door thumps, alarm clocks in houses. You know, the little bell, little chimey bell alarm clocks, and also zombie watch alarms. We're hearing them from the same distances, and that you know, with all these houses around me that could possibly have a an alarm in them, and then all these zombie corpses up there, all of which could have a watch in them. Yeah, we had to do some involuntary, some mandatory watch removal operations. It was not overly fun, but I do believe we cleared any annoyances for the short term, at least. I think that the thing about that bugs me the most is that I know they'll never do a hotfix for that because it's QOL. I don't think I've ever seen them do a QOL hotfix before, so. Yeah. One of these guys had some masonry tools. There you are. Beautiful. Chisel and trowel. We'll need both of those. The trowel will just be for the kiln. It's not like there's no going back, but we've now committed, hard committed. It would cost us a lot of clay to undo that. So next we are in the market for stones. That is where the truck will become useful. I put most of the materials that we've been using into the truck. I can now dump them back out. For the most part, it's fine. Messy, but it'll be fine. Yeah, I know. Large stones. We can pick up 3 in this vehicle before the vehicle is no longer able to carry more. And, okay. Oh, yeah, if anybody wasn't here, there's a fun story behind why that animal trailer is flipped upside down. That was a very interesting moment. Needless to say, it cost us a rear windshield on our race car at the time. I can leave this open for now. Only close it when I sleep. Well, so that's where I would park it. However, currently I need a crafting surface, and there's not one there. So, conveyor here. Club hammer. Tell me I have a club hammer. Probably don't. Do I need one? No. Of course I do. Hello. We got a guest. He almost got distracted by the generator. I'm just glad he didn't go straight for the window. So, I never did find a club hammer. and I don't think I would have one in any of my vehicles. That is something that I use sparsely enough that, yeah, that would have been a shot in the dark there. How did 2 axes make their way into the ambulance? That sounds like a bit of a doof. So, in absence of a club hammer, I can craft my own stone hammer. I need but a stone, a rag, and a branch. I believe it will possibly do the club hammering a lot slower. Possibly. I wonder where this young lady came from. I know where she's going. And you know what? She's going to donate her skirt to the operation here. Yesenia Morgan, thank you for your skirt. If only it wasn't dirty. Yeah, the rags need to be clean. Scout cookies. You know what? Our girl deserves a treat. She's put up with my bullshit a lot today. Those don't go bad. Trust me. I'm an Eagle Scout. There was an expiration date on the box because there has to be, but they don't go bad. Look at that. That is a nice collection of stuff that I don't have. A rolling pin specifically. Now we can make our bread. Oh, I need a surface to make a hammer. I didn't realize that that still gives the same amount of experience in maintenance as that gives the same amount of experience in maintenance as sharpening a blade. If I made 286 stone hammers, we would get maintenance level 10. It, the thought is, it sounds silly, I'm sure, but maintenance level 10 means our blades degrade more slowly. I'm sure there's probably a better thing that I could make, a more efficient way of grinding the skill. It's never a skill I've had to grind before because in the past I have always been able to get to level 10 because I've always done a construction worker who has a +1, and just cosmic background activities are always enough to... What's going on here? Oh. A stone hammer isn't enough for this. I really did take club hammers for granted. Wait a minute, I can use a sledgehammer for this. Okay. I literally never would have considered using my sledgehammer as a crafting tool. I've always ever perceived it as a tool of destruction. But, where did I leave it? On the floor here? Yeah. This sledgehammer is going to be a tool. We're evolving as a... Danny's got Titan's grip, boys. I guess I don't need a club hammer after all. 10 out of 10. Game of the year. Really? Nice. Good to know. I knew I could delete them. I did not know that I could harvest them. That's cool. Alright, that's done with that. We got our 30 stones. We are going to now convert them into stone blocks, which we can do with a regular claw hammer. Of all the noises that they chose to make quieter, they couldn't make that noise quieter. They had to go after my flashlight. They had to go after my doors. They had to go after the frickin' fade in to the main menu music. But no, we couldn't. Sorry, man. I can't make the can't make that any quieter. That wouldn't be very balanced for multiplayer. We need some clay cement. Bucket of water outside, 2 units of clay. I would sooner use grass. Yeah. Water, clay, and grass. We do have some sand. The muscle strain for crafting with it. Nah, thankfully we didn't get any, but that would be that would be the consistent thing. So of course we didn't get any muscle strain for it. We will need a few more of those lovely stones. I'm going to take the trailer this time because we actually need... We could use a few more so that I can also get a sharpening stone. I may have made a mistake. I'll just have to remember that I need to open the door of the open the door of the exit before getting in the vehicle. I've made multiple mistakes so far, but honestly, it all comes back to that one window being broken. I just couldn't stand having a broken window, so I had to delete it, and that made me feel a compulsion to try to make that work from a entryway position, and that kind of spiraled from there. My hang-ups can really hang me up sometimes. That one is empty, so we'll use that one. How's it going? We are having fun things to happen today. Lots and lots of fun things. Fun things like pulling rocks out of the ground so that we can build a forge. Really big rocks, rocks that are too big to hand carry, so I dump them straight into the trunk. That's exactly how I would do it in real life, to be honest, if I had a truck. Work smarter, not harder. So we put a few more in the trailer here. We're just going to take them both inside. And I need to practice using this as an entryway, so let's see how that works. It doesn't. Not well. We only need to sledge, let's see, 4 of them total. Because we've got 30 stone cut blocks over here. We need a total of 40 for the furnace. And then we need 30 for the forge. So that's a total of 70. But then there's 2 stones left over after that. We use those for the sharpening stone. Masonry level up. Alright, so there's 40 for the forge. We can move the placeholder tarps out of the way now. And the leftover 20 can go over here. Now we just need 20 more of those. I think we're done with the sledge for crafting purposes. I just need... just a stone wheel, times 1. Actually, I lied. We're going to need... for the pottery wheel. We're going to need a stone wheel and a small stone wheel. So the pottery wheel is not an immediate necessity, but that is what we'll need another large stone for, and I would like to get the masonry stuff, as much of it as humanly possible, out of the way now. So that would just be 2 more large stones. Usually by this stage I am absolutely flush with logs. This is the exception. I actually don't have a lot of logs immediately available, and therefore I picked 2 up while we're out here. We don't need to go mass logging just yet, but that'll be more for once we start getting charcoal, which that's coming too. still need to get a little better at this. It's like my tires need to be one floorboard in minimum in order to cross that threshold. I did it again. Did the thing again. I need my crafting surface. Another one. You know what? Got a crafting surface right here. It's the most lightweight crafting surface in the game. It's a large cardboard box. And craft. And the pottery wheel, I would typically do... Where are we at? There you are. Pottery wheel is the outer one tile out and parallel. Yes, one tile out and parallel. But on which side? I don't think it actually matters. Well, it matters insofar as I want to be able to access the crate of pottery supplies while I'm also accessing the trunk of the truck, so that means that it has to go there, which means we can put either the table there, or, in this case, the pottery wheel makes more sense, right? Yes. 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 Okay. Down it goes right there. And as always, I have an extra small stone wheel, because you always make two of them, and I very rarely have use for two of them. So the second stone wheel is going to be a little decoration in front of the TV here. Why not? It'll be my record player. Sawing one log, taking this plank, and I have... Wait, there's 3 planks here. Zomboid Design Studio, yeah. Yeah, that would probably be very useful. I mean, Zomboid itself is pretty good in debug mode if you want to do that, but I don't play the game in debug mode. You know, what if I had a second installation of Project Zomboid that I could open up in debug mode whenever I wanted, just to test things? I might set that up. I'm not going to do that while we're streaming, but I might set that up off stream sometime. Because I could think of many situations where that would be a very useful thing to have. We've got our workshop more or less planned out. We're going to need just one bucket of clay cement, actually. For that, we need 50 grass cuttings. I don't think the birds are going to hate me for stealing some of their grass. They got a lot of it. As I said, these things are going to be stressed for the rest of their life because I dared to shoot a gun nearby. And now there's nothing I can do about it. I'll give them pets periodically, but that's probably just a token gesture. Scout cookies. We got our bucket up here. Oh, yes, yep. Oh, what? You can pain. You can never sleep when you want to. How to deal with pain other than painkillers. What's the pain from? You've got to find out what's causing. You should not be in pain. Go to your health tab. Hotkey is H, and find out what's causing pain because you shouldn't be in pain. Can a tandoor oven be used indoors? Chimney. I don't know what you're talking about, man. That sounds like something from a mod. Tandoor oven. Never heard of that. We are past bedtime. I'm gonna need to sleep. Where is the... Oh, clay, right here. Mix bucket of clay cement from grass. We just need the bellows now. I mean, it's... if you're tired enough, no amount of pain will stop you from sleeping. You won't have much of a choice. But people underestimate just how long you can go without sleep if you are just absolutely pushing yourself on adrenaline forever. I don't remember what my record was, but whatever it was, it's not healthy. Sleep is good for you. You should do it. Bellows are relatively easy once you have the leather. Leather is over here in the form of a large leather. There it is. So what we do is we have to cut the large leather in half so we get 2 mediums. Will it? Interesting. Sleeping pills, as far as I understand it, all they do is add fatigue until you get to 100. But I guess if you get to 100 fatigue, no amount of pain will stop you from sleeping. Where is the... Excuse me. Allergy time of year here. Handles, medium handles. So I do need 4 more planks. Let's just carry around the silly axe. Maybe we should actually use it. Yes, agree 100% with that. Also, if you are a restless sleeper, sleeping pills are extremely dangerous for your democracy. They will remember that as a restless sleeper, you'll never get a full night's sleep, pretty much ever. And the most efficient way of dealing with it is to sleep twice and make sure that your second sleep is as early as you can reasonably make it. But sleeping pills will always just continue to add fatigue until you get to sleep. So if you're a restless sleeper, what you should do is first make sure that when you right click on a bed, it doesn't say can't get back to sleep, try again later. Because that just means you're being a restless sleeper and you can't sleep again. Only if it says not tired enough to sleep. Then you take the sleeping pills and constantly right click, make sure it doesn't say. And as soon as you get to sleep, the sleeping pills stop adding fatigue. This is a behavior that you can't really notice unless you have a stat bar on. But if you keep in mind that your character can only sleep if they're 30 fatigue or above, then you're just kind of ticking it up in your head as after you take the pills. It's like saying count to 30 after taking the pills, almost. Not quite, though. I wouldn't go that far. It's a lifestyle choice, and I find it to be one of the most tolerable things that give you a large amount of points. I mean, other than if you want to talk about free points, thin-skinned is free points if you never get hit, and I mean never get hit. Restless Sleeper, in the same vein, is free points if you understand completely how it works and you're willing to work with it. But those are two very big qualifying statements. I compare it to Thin-Skinned, of course, because Thin-Skinned is just one of those ones where it's like, you got to understand how to use it, and how to use it is don't ever let a zombie touch you, ever. Or bushes or trees or anything like that. Oh, that's part of the way you start, isn't it? So this will get us 6 planks, and that should be everything we need to make the bellows. Other than a crafting surface. Oh, handles, of course. Doof. Well, right. So, if drowsy pops up when you're not expecting it, then you have failed to plan adequately for your sleep schedule. What you have to do to plan for your sleep schedule is make sure you understand how much fatigue you have when you wake up. This is why I always get frustrated when I wake up with a nightmare, because anytime I wake up with a nightmare, it means that my already short sleep has been cut even shorter. As a restless sleeper, if you want to be actually wakeful all day and not have to worry about fatigue popping up until, like, what is it, 1800 hours, or like any time between 1800 hours and 2000 hours, that's usually the window. So that's right when the sunset occurs, usually, depending on what time of year it is. But there's a lot of there's other assumptions I'm taking for granted. You have to have a high quality bed. You got to have a pillow on it. That's the best night's sleep you can get. I should probably keep that in mind because honestly, I can't imagine playing this game and not getting the best night's sleep possible. Anything short of that just feels like you're wasting your time. Unless you have no other choice. Which happens. Especially if you're just taking it by the fly. Ew, yeah, that's painful. See, for example, it's 5 a.m. now, and that's usually when I get my second sleep. And as long as my sleep doesn't get interrupted, which it doesn't look like it does, so I'm awake around 8 a.m. and I've got most of the whole day ahead of me. I don't generally expect to see drowsy until 2000 hours, although there are a few things that could accelerate fatigue buildup. I can almost guarantee it won't pop up before 1800 hours, even if I'm like doing as much as possible to generate fatigue. I very rarely do as much as possible to generate fatigue. It's requires a lot of heavy physical activity. All right, so we have 2 bellows now. We need 1 for each. Drop 1 there, and drop 1 over here. Advanced furnace coming right up, folks. And we only ever needed to build 1 bucket of clay cement, so we got that already. I might as well move this rifle. It's not going to be visible after we build the forge. So your fatigue builds faster the less endurance you have. I did not know that. So that's another, probably an artifact of me never really playing this game with anything other than 9 fitness or 10 fitness like we are now. But yeah, I guess if you have lower fitness, then that is definitely something to be considered of. That's fine right there for now. Log, wooden bucket, blacksmith anvil. So, wooden buckets and blacksmith anvil. I'm going to get the log and the bucket first. Anvil is its own can of worms. We should have most of the necessary materials for it, other than the. I just lost my brain for a second there. I'm basically going to finish this workshop, and then I'm probably going to crash. We've definitely done some good work here, but I want the job to be completed, at least to functionality. Yeah, you're probably right about that. I don't think I've ever experimented with low fitness before. It just doesn't feel. I mean, the combat. It's always been because of the combat. Low fitness combat has always felt like a non-starter for me first. But yeah, I guess low fitness plus restless sleeper is going to be a nightmare. And the nightmare only gets worse when you realize how annoying it is to level fitness. Well, okay, so it's stressed and it's not agitated. So that means I am making progress. if I had looked at it just now and it said agitated still after all that, I would be agitated personally. Okay, so now you guys can actually see why I do what I do with the fire truck here. If you haven't seen it already, a lot of my viewers will have seen my other forge, but if anybody is new, this is what we've been building towards. What I need is all of the tools that I collected previously. I think a lot of them ended up on the floor, like behind these, yeah, okay. So all these tools right here, ball peen hammers, file set, hacksaw, calipers. The most important among them is tongs, which didn't make this pile, it's the other pile. Yeah, agitated was like, wasn't that like 90 or above or something like that? It's really high. I don't remember the thresholds, but yeah. We don't want no agitated here. Agitated would have told me that if they were agitated, then that meant that their stress was not reducing, or just not reducing significantly enough. Tongs are now in the trunk. Now I just need crucibles. 3 of them would be lovely. I'm only going to do 2 of them in the trunk. Oh, right. I was going to do the bucket first. So before we deploy with the truck and continue with that, I'm going to do a bucket really quick. We just need, over here on the floor is the remnants of a bunch of cars that I disassembled with welding. And that is how there are some iron bands over here. I believe we need 2 small iron bands, right? Oops, wrong button. Random screenshot added to the collection. Yeah, just 2 small iron bands. So being level 10 welding, this was no problem at all. If you're lower level welding and you rip apart a few cars, you might have to do 2 or 3 before you get the iron bands you need. Yeah, I figured the cooldown is probably something like 6 hours. Just a shot in the dark. Based on my observations of the stress reduction that we get when we pet them. It would be interesting if it was mutual. It probably is. The other parts of this wooden bucket are small handles. We can carve small handles using the scrap wood that I have here. Forgot we could do that. Four planks, wire. That is the other material I'll need from over here. Wire can also be acquired from welding apart cars. Subject to luck. So I was going to use these planks for the pottery table, but that's fine. We'll get more planks later. Wooden bucket coming right up. So now in this corner, which you have to be in the top corner of the forge to build it, so I put all the materials in the top corner, we have everything except the blacksmith anvil. So that obviously is the most significant part of the equation. And in order to get the blacksmith anvil, we have to smelt a bunch of iron. In order to smelt the iron, we need all the tools that I put into the fire truck. And the furnace here is what will smelt the iron itself. We will also need a ceramic blacksmith anvil mold. That is going to require the hand-operated press, which we've already built. It's right here. Order of operations. We're doing... I'm going to take a quick break from all this crafting stuff because I have to. I need to go get a barrel so that we can do a proper burning barrel. Need may be a bit of a strong word, but I want a barrel. I want a barrel. I want my Bert. I want my Bert. And that's going to require some combat. I know some barrels in the area. Axe is on my person. Wait, what's going on with these axes here? Somebody's field kit is missing an axe. It might be the car. It is. No. How is the rest of my cow's milk? I never unloaded that. I'll have to do that later. Somebody's missing an axe. It might be... It's... Yeah, okay. It was backup ambulance, and that's fine. That's actually okay. This axe is now local use. We actually don't have a designated logging vehicle yet. This fire truck is supposed to be my combat vehicle because it is... It's got a 100 engine quality, and I can't be just having a 100 engine quality vehicle just sit around in my base like a logging and or what? Is that rabbit okay? I think it's phasing. Oh, there's two of them. I don't know what's going on with them. They can, if they don't go into my railroad tracks, then they don't have to die. That's all I care about right now. If the moment they step on that gravel threshold, they're dead. Pick it up and put it with the turkeys. I might actually do that on the way back if they're still stuck there. Yeah, why not? So this is the edge of the Louisville train station is what we're looking at here. I picked up that skirt because it might happen to be a match for Law Enforcement Blue. I have not given up on making Law Enforcement Blue work. It might work someday. Just gonna kill these guys because they're right in front of me. That's right, batter up, bitch. Let's go. Yeah, now you see me. That's right. Yeah, that's right, I killed Jeremy. Go. I didn't even say anything, but I'm playing the combat music game. I don't feel like having the music change right now, so we pull less than 3 at a time. I think I got this. This is going to be close. Yeah, I got it. I know these zombie speeds. Totally real, I'm sure. Thank you. I will try to keep up the good work. We do some good things here. Sometimes we just do things. Currently, the thing is acquiring a barrel. Oh, now they weigh 20. They've gone from 0.5 to 20. That's a reasonable change. Thanks, Sandy Stone. I could have understood 10, but 20 feels a little excessive. I wonder if it's because we were getting used to having it easy. I wonder if that's the problem. Did you say to me? Oh, that's a deer. Making that noise? There's a deer out there somewhere. We can hear animal noises through a strange number of what's it called? Obstructions. A battery charger, hell yeah. Club hammer. It's missing one earlier. One tire pump for outdoors in the vehicle yard. Now I kind of wish my backpack wasn't so full. It's alright, that looks good. Pretty much, yeah. I mean, I knew that the barrel would be there, but I did not know that most of the rest of that would be there. Wait a minute, is that a... That is. There's a generator in there. I don't currently need a red, but the next time I take a gas station, I will need a red. What am I doing? I've taken everything out of the trunk. There's literally no reason not to just grab it. The trunk is clear. Yeah, I was about to do something silly and just leave it, but I've got plenty of room. I just need to separate the random stuff I've picked up from the stuff that needs to be relevant for the immediate moment here. You got one slap in the fence, we're good. Don't know if I'll have very many animal skinning opportunities in the area, but I will take a fleshing tool and leave it somewhere. I already collected a hook for usage at the butcher hook area. Establish a local seed collection and milk powder. I have no idea what kind of situations I might run into. We might see some baby animals somewhere in a trailer, and that is where the milk powder comes in. I have recently confirmed that you can indeed feed baby animals. That sounds like the door right there. Yes. So we're going to hold off on grabbing the generator, as I would prefer to kill any incoming first. Hey there. Multiple. I should have known that after clearing line of sight, they would figure out how to get to me all of a sudden. It's when they start slapping the fence. If you clear line of sight, they just they stop slapping the fence and then they start moving in the general direction of where you were. I use that to my advantage sometimes. In this case, it didn't quite work to my advantage because I ended up getting disturbed. Just let me loot in peace, you bastards. I almost never find a good niche use for the mobile tool cabinet, but maybe I will this time. We are flush with tools now. It's a spare carpentry chisel. We actually need some matchbooks for the toolkits because that is still required for the cabbage. It's required for the kiln. We still need to light it up every once in a while. Better to not use my own lighter. I'm grabbing this in case I need a throwaway vehicle. There's no in case. I'm going to need a throwaway vehicle at some point. So I'll just yank this back. It's technically one of the closest known vehicles to Jericho right now, with the exception of the things on the other side of 31 West, which is bad country. Ah, the Buns escaped. Well, they can, hopefully they continue going off into infinity instead of coming back to that spot. Okay, so one thing that I feel like has changed recently with the audio update that might be something that I can turn to my advantage is the, what's it called? The battery chargers are among the things that seem to produce noise slightly differently now. Maybe just the propagation has changed. In any case, if I put the battery chargers over here around the corner, like just right around this corner, I might not be able to hear them as easily, because then there won't be any windows allowing the noise in. It does seem as though sound is a little bit more reliably not transmitted by a lack of line of sight. If that I didn't phrase that right. If there's no line of sight, it's harder to hear things, and it seems like that is more of a correct statement now. So let me just try taking these car battery chargers around the corner and firing them up there. See if we hear it. Hey, look at that. We can't hear it now. I feel like in previous builds that definitely would not have been the case. So that's nice. Speaking of hearing things, you know what goes right through all walls? You hear it? It's in one of these units. Somewhere to the left. I've already done the scavenger hunt once. I've done a scavenger hunt for one that was much closer to the other side. That is a sound that should not travel through walls, not in the slightest. Those things should also require battery. Those batteries should be dead a long time ago. You can hot swap batteries. Hold the phone. No. I mean, how? Is there something that you can do while a vehicle is running? Do you, like, drag it onto the slot? I've never tried. Yeah, it always tells me, it just, when it says needs, and then it, has nothing. The vehicle is running. I assume that there's just no error text for it. But if there's something I'm missing there, yeah, it'd be interesting to know. So currently the most annoying thing about the design here is the fact that it's going to be even more difficult to align my wheels properly for the entry. It must be. If you used to be able to do that, it doesn't seem to be working now. Just a random bag of loot here. This is all electrical. I do already have a red on standby somewhere, I think. No? The other red that I had that was on standby went to the gas station already. That's interesting. So that one's down to 80%. I'm actually not okay with that. We could use a little bit more electrical experience. We're pretty close to the next level. Consumption rates all seem to be the same, which is great. So in order to make use of that orange barrel, we just need stones. 3 of them, right? Four of them. Nearest stones are a bit... You know what? What if I foraged? It's been a second since I have. Thanks, foraging. Now I know where my duffel bag is. I never would have known. Hey, look, a stone. And I actually got experience for getting it. Clay. Now that feels like a find. Whenever I do logging activities and I don't clean up all the leavings, it kind of annoys my foraging. Yeah. Yeah. Roll credits. And this is the part where we start considering our what? There was no point in driving the truck all the way inside, I don't think, because we still have a couple of things we got to do out here. Namely, we need charcoal, and the burning barrel is what we got the stones for, but the barrel is going to be placed out here. It's a quadruple A stone. Charcoal burning barrel. 1 barrel, 4 stones. And it now weighs 20 to carry around, so the stone's weight has been basically deleted. Delete. I place it in the middle of all the other trees here so that we can just chop wood and then immediately turn around and burn it. Turn and burn, if you will. So that 24 charcoal we just made goes into the bed of the truck. And the truck then assists us with picking up other materials for burning. And then we use them to burn, and then we proceed. Do I have a scythe back here? I don't think I do. I'm going to use the scythe to help me figure out where to cut wood specifically. Scythe left on the floor here. Yeah, no. There it is. See, I envision a way to get between my parking lot and the railroad track. And I should have done that a while ago. That's a meta event that could send people from the, Oh, you hear that? Meta events make them go nuts now. Even if they're behind doors. Okay. I always thought that meta events wouldn't make them attack things. If they didn't before, they do now. They're not going to stop slapping. I don't know where they are, but they're going to keep slapping. and they might not stop until we leave the area and come back, which I'm not even above doing that. Now we know exactly which trees to cut. Hold the phone. Am I hearing somebody slapping on this side? No, there's no slapping over here. The slapping is concentrated on the other side. Good. I don't like the slapping, but I need to know where it is. I'm gonna hear it. Know when and where. We have a drivable path between our parking lot and the railroad now. The only thing I could do to make it better would be something that's not scythed grass. Normally I'm reticent to use saplings for this purpose, but currently I just want to have plenty of charcoal because I'm going to need it. This is going to get a lot more charcoal than we can initially carry, and that's perfectly fine. Alright, we're a little bit past our bedtime, but we have well over 100 charcoal. We even have a few leftover logs, which is good because we are not done constructing things just yet. It's already the 6th, so at the beginning of next stream I'm going to have to make a note to stop by Phallus Lake so that I can do one of my last pickups and set to rest the crops that are there. There's a few sweet potatoes that we'll harvest. But we're coming down the home stretch here. We've got all the charcoal. We should have all the charcoal we need. I mean, well over 130. We should be fine. And now we just start smelting iron until we have two, what is it, 1.5 full crucibles. And the iron will be found at a place with the stuff. Wait, what? Oh, wrong car battery charger. Haha. There we go. So the citrus wave here is full of iron, or well, full of just indiscriminate stuff that we need, that we picked up from welding cars apart. So iron bands are some of the easiest ways of getting iron into a crucible. Second easiest is probably iron scrap, because you have lots of it. So there's like 23 in my inventory, and then here's like, yeah, there's a bunch more. And let's get started. So, standing here in the magic spot, we right-click on the furnace, and we start by smelting a large iron item, which is the iron band. And I click the button, and it stops working because first she turned, and then suddenly she wasn't close enough to the truck. So we take a step, and that fixed. So this is a very heavy thing, so I'm going to put that in my hand. Now, the game is going to favor empty crucibles over full ones when it comes to smelting things, so I manually reselect the crucible that's already got iron in it, and we smelt another iron band into it. Back into my hand again. And let's smelt the third iron band into that. Oh, I already made a bucket. But yes, if you don't have a bucket yet, make sure to save 2 iron bands for that. And a bucket is on the floor right there. Thankfully, welding is a lovely, lovely thing. When you get to level 10, you just get tons upon tons. So we're out of large iron items after the band, so now we do small, and I prefer the iron scrap. And, how much can we fit? It looks like that's a little bit over halfway full, and I think these each have 20 charges. So let's just try 5, see what happens. Oh, it won't let us select a quantity. That is quite annoying, so we'll have to just manually do it every time. At that rate, I'm just going to hold on to the tongs. One more, and that will be a full crucible. So then we can check the recipe again. We need 32 uses, quote unquote, and so a large ceramic crucible is 20. So what that means is we just need to do that 12 more times. 12 more small iron scrap, or 12 more iron scrap into this next crucible. And we're going to do that after we catch a second sleep here. So here's one. I need to make it stop trying to select this stupid... This will be a lot faster if I just take these. That and that. These two items that just keep getting selected by default, I'm just going to drop them right here. You're going to very rarely find a fire station that, vehicles are basically all RNG. Fire departments, don't always have vehicles. Sometimes they do. You're slightly higher chances of finding one there. So here is one, and it immediately selects the... Okay, perfect. So here's two. That just means I should already take 10 charcoal out. And 10 iron scrap out of my backpack. And now I can run the craft 10 times without any more transfers. That should be all the iron. Yep. The lady screams confirmed it. 32 uses of the large ceramic crucible with iron are now available. So now all we need is a anvil mold. This is where having a pottery container is probably the good thing to do. Let me move the truck out of the way briefly here. When it comes to metal crates, I have pretty much all the necessary materials to build one in the trunk here. So the KY Ranger is basically just my metal crate fabricator right now. So all I gotta do is back KY Ranger up so that his trunk is right where we need to build the crate. I don't even gotta do no counting of materials or none of that nonsense. Booyah! We got a pottery crate. We'll need another couple of crates later, so I'll just leave that there. And then we can put the... get this out of the way momentarily, so all this pottery, clay, and whatnot. Sacks of clay, sacks of sand... double pliers. Standing in range of materials. Standing in range of materials. If you mean like them being on the floor, that's kind of what we're staging here. In that case, the KY Ranger is handling that for us. Done with the rest of this iron scrap, so I'll leave it on the floor. and matchbooks, also for the pottery-related stuff. So, over here, 2 planks. Shall craft a mold, a wooden mold. So this is the wooden part. The wooden mold that we're about to build is what shapes the clay for the ceramic molds. So this is the anvil molds. Wooden blacksmith anvil molds. We need 4 planks, so I'm going to saw 2 of these logs. And the wooden blacksmith anvil mold can go into the box there. So now all we need is clay and the hand press and the anvil mold. And this is where being able to access workbenches from at least 1 tile away is amazing. I right-click on the hand-operated press despite standing here, and we can press the blacksmith anvil mold using the materials in this crate without getting any closer to the hand-operated press. That is the trick behind my my workstation layout here. And it is unfired. Now we just need tongs and charcoal. Charcoal being in the truck, we just put the truck right back where we found it. And we can fire it up. Manually select the matchbook because it really likes my lighter. So we have a ceramic blacksmith anvil mold now. That was the last piece of the puzzle for the blacksmith anvil itself. Now we need both of these ceramic crucibles full of iron. And would you look at that, cast blacksmith anvil coming right up. And that gives us back 2 empty crucibles. We put away the tongs. Blacksmith anvil was so heavy that it fell on the floor there. What I'm going to do is put the blacksmith anvil into the truck. I'm just going to have to remove something. How about that plaster powder? Not quite. How about the scythe and 1 of these crucibles, because we only really need 1. With that, I can put the anvil into the trunk, and then what I'm going to do is use the truck itself once again to position the anvil, since the anvil is really heavy and I don't feel like gearing down, just so I can move it. So I'm standing on this tile, and then a little closer to the truck, and then just drop the blacksmith anvil on the floor here. And just like that, all of the materials to build an advanced forge, except for a trowel. And that I left the trowel on the floor over here, because the recipe kept wanting to select it to smelt for iron. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Okay, before I do this, after I do it, after I build the forge, we're gonna lose access to the back wall here. So that's what it's gonna look like right there, but we're not gonna be able to, well, it's gonna be very difficult to like plaster and paint this wall. We won't need to paint it, but I want to plaster it, and as fate would have it, we got ourselves a bucket of plaster. I'm currently using the only other bucket that I have in the area. What about... Did I leave a bucket on the roof? No. I had a paint bucket, but I don't remember what I did with it now. It might be out front somewhere. So we're ready to build it. There's a couple things I wanted to do with the wall behind it first. I don't know what I did with it. So, if you need a bucket but you don't have one, you can always get one if you are a carver. I am a carver. I can carve things. I carve pretty good. I need but a branch and a log. So I'm just going to grab an extra log from one of these bigger trees here. My turkey could use a pet. Our bucket. And now we just need to fill it with water. One over here has way more water. Wait, what? Are they both the same right now? Huh. I swear one of them had like 200. Not sure what happened to that. That's disconcerting. Mix bucket of plaster. We can now plaster the walls. But we need a plastering trowel. Ay, Dios míos. I think that might be one of the few tools that I don't have. I can make a wooden trowel. Exhausting, truly exhausting, but as you can see, the walls match perfectly as soon as we clean the rest of them. And now, it was some very deep lore, but in the past, I have noticed that after you block walls, for some reason, plastering becomes very difficult, if not impossible. So, I wanted to make sure we did that first. Otherwise, magic time. Before I put the fire truck back, let us use the fabricator here. Not bad, not bad. 64, not bad for a early game Spivo van. That would be a lovely, reliable vehicle for until you can get something better. So we are finally out of large steel sheets, which is perfectly fine. We can put together a couple of smaller ones if we have a welder's mask, but we don't because I'm a doofus. Where's my mask at? Not one, but two. Doesn't have to be aligned, but I want it to be. So I get the feeling that this is going to work out pretty well. The key is going to be I need to stand there, and the trunk is accessible from this tile. So I store the blacksmithing materials, such as yeah, all the metal goes in these two crates. And then this is the magic spot for using the blacksmith forge. So I'm going to reward our girl with some pancakes because she has been very patient with my bullshit. And we now have a functional forge, so we can take a quick break and I can give her some food. She absolutely deserves it. All I gotta do is take a bowl of water over to the pancakes, or to the, where we got the pancake mix, among other things. And pancakes in this universe have to be cooked before you put the additives in them, which is okay. I'm not gonna question that. And we can put chocolate on our pancakes. And we can put more chocolate on our pancakes. Then we can put syrup on our pancakes. And then we can put a different type of chocolate on our pancakes. And then I can eat my chocolate pancakes. Delicious. She's earned it. %. All right, now, all of that metal that we would like to be using for the forge is in a different place. I think State Trooper is actually open. Well, not open. Not even close. There's a lot of stuff in it that should be elsewhere. So I'm just going to leave those embeds there. And then these magazines need to go somewhere else. We'll organize that later. I'm just going to take the State Trooper mobile outside so we can put some of the blacksmithing materials into it and then transport them to the crates. So blacksmithing materials in this context being steel bars, steel bar fragments of any size. So almost anything that's on the floor here. Well, actually, that's steel rods. We want lots of this stuff here, yeah. Almost anything that starts with the word steel, except for steel scrap. I don't intend on filling a cauldron, so I'm not worried about scrap for the most part. A lot of what's left on the floor there is largely better used for lost my brain there. If you guys can't tell, I'm running out of steam. I'm very glad I managed to get the forge up. What's left is on the floor there is welding instead of blacksmithing for the most part. And I would take Citrus Wave inside, but it is actually, this vehicle is a complete wreck. I don't even trust driving it around inside. One of the tires will blow out or something. So I need to, Citrus Wave is in desperate need of a fix-up. But otherwise, we ripped apart a great many vehicles. Many burned wrecks died to bring us this information. And speaking of the welding-related stuff, I'm actually going to drop the welding-related stuff, like the rods. We picked up some rods. Steel rod halves are almost useless. It might as well be steel scrap. There's so little you can do with them that I care about. It's all, oh, never mind. We can forge it into a bar. Right? Yes. Okay, good. Never mind then. Never mind. Steel rod halves and steel bar halves are both useful. And now we distribute what we just picked up amongst the two crates up here at the blacksmith forge, and we probably will never need more. Just taking one look at what we've got. Oh, this is awkward. This is why I hate the hate things. Observe this interesting development here. We're we're making full use of the fact that there's a window there. Tiles in front of windows, no clip is enabled. So we can literally we can walk through our own furnace. Though I walk through the valley of the furnace, I shall fear no anvil. Am I going nuts? Where are all the steel bars at? I know I had a bunch of them somewhere. Huh. Maybe I don't actually have a bunch of steel bars somewhere. Oh, they might have, Oh, right. Okay, I know where they went. I literally left them on the floor in the wrong spot. But they're all together here. Basically everything on the floor right here is stuff that's supposed to go in one of those two bins. When I left it here on the floor, I had no idea where the bins were going to end up. $169 is the capacity if you are organized, yes. 169 is perfect, actually. Should have done that from the start right there. Alright, we have a literal fortune of steel, possibly even more than I did back at my Phallus Lake base, which is the best base prior to this one. My bucket of clay cement will be back here, and I guess we ended up making more stone blocks than we needed. Actually, all the rest of the stuff that's on the floor right there, let's just dump it into State Trooper so that it's a little cleaned up over here. These double pliers are for the, they're actually for glass making specifically, but glass making stuff goes in here with pottery supplies. You shut off the truck, right? Yes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have a workshop, and this might be one of the best I've ever built. It depends on whether I end up having trouble in the future getting in and out of this gate. I don't think I will. I think we're going to be alright. But, we'll see. That's TBA. The floor is also TBA. I don't know exactly what I want to do with the floor. It does feel a little weird to have every floor in the building be white tile. These garbage bags here contain the white tiles that I picked up, so if we want to do something else with those, we need only do it. So I'm going to get our girls situated for next time, and I will call the stream tomorrow morning here. So we're definitely on a wind down here now. It looks like we are also out of milk, which is an excellent opportunity to reload the dispenser bottle here and then wean ourselves off of relying on milk, because we don't have any cows here yet. Yeah, it is. Definitely need some color on the floor here. I will do one more round of pets for the turkeys before and after sleep here. Hey, listen to that. There's no more stress noises. I think we won the turkey game. We managed to undo all the damage we did to them by, we did psychological damage to our turkeys when we started shooting zombies nearby. Yep, that's how it works, Kraken. It is not very reliable, but it definitely happens if you check enough trash cans. Murphy's Law is actually in your favor because there are a lot of trash cans out there. Lucky indeed. There are so many trash cans, in fact, that I don't usually try that myself because that's just so much trash. Sifting through the trash can actually get a little sad after a while. So this firefighter axe that I currently have on my back is confirmed local use. I can drop it on the floor right here, and that's okay. I can literally just pick it up whenever I need to. I don't have to worry about stealing it from one of my vehicles. Female bulls. Oh man. Oh, that is definitely one of the things of all time right there. This truck basically is now my, I haven't found a way to organize it yet, or I'm too lazy to. So it'll definitely get sorted out. But here goes first bedtime. Just adding this new dispenser bottle full of milk. What's the first thing I want to forge with my new forge? How about a bucket? We got some rain outside. Just gonna make 2 buckets right now. I regret to inform you that of all the sounds that the devs decided to make quiet for no reason, they did not make the single most obnoxious noise in the game any quieter. It is taking all of my inner strength not to go on the Steam forums and just ask the devs to please consider that one next time they go around nerfing sound. Nerfing around at the speed of sound. One of these fucking things is still angry. You know, the rain actually might be messing them up. I was going to convert the interior of the house there into a barn for them. Not for them, but for the cows. I don't know if birds care about rain, but I know that cows want to go indoors when it's raining. For that, I just need a sledgehammer, and then I need to give it a new door over there. So 4 planks for that, and then we're unhinged right now. But you know the great part about this? We're unhinged, but I can make my own hinges now. Fuck you, game. I don't rely on you for anything anymore. I can make my own shit. Where's my hinges? Forge hinge. It's coming right up. Now we're just short of nails. Went and put them away too quickly. Alright, so inside the house here, you got just the regular window, but then there is a bedroom here. And this bedroom is a great start. Just got to make sure that there is no chance of them moseying through the door here. Apparently these wooden doors have been given new sounds. Doesn't sound new to me. It sounds the same. Oh well. Oh, okay. Here's a good way to find out whether they've fixed the corners yet. So, in the previous patch, clicking on the wrong tile of a corner when you're trying to sledgehammer would delete the wrong tile. You know what? I actually kind of care about this corner. Let me try one different corner first, if I can find one here. Okay, I don't really care if this corner gets fucked up. So give me just a moment, I'm going to get this out of the way. Alright, so what happened last time is if you're trying to sledgehammer tiles in a corner, it hit the wrong one from what is highlighted. So if I wanted to delete the one that's currently highlighted, I would do that, so that the wrong one is highlighted. But if the glitch is still there, and I'm just going to assume that it is, then this wall is the one that'll get deleted. So let's see what happens. If it's functioning correctly, then the highlighted one should be the one that's deleted. Would you look at that? The glitch is still there. I'm so glad I tested that shit first. I would report it, but the devs don't listen to my bug reports. Or they don't reply to them. Whatever. I don't care. All I get is radio silence, so why bother, right? It only seems to be a problem facing that direction. I haven't noticed that problem with any other direction. So what we're going to do is extend the zone in here. So this zone now should have roofed area 20. So they want to go inside, they can. In fact, you know what?
Hey!
I'll bring them inside myself. My birds trust me enough that they will come when I call. This man in chat right now, this man right here, KTO565, this is an insane man. I don't know about that. It all depends on how they implement it, right? If they implement it without any mitigation, then yes, I will probably put Zomboid on the shelf when the gasoline spoilage update comes out, as long as there are no ways around it. But if there's ways around it, then I'll look into it. Pick it up for instant full acceptance. Well, I've already picked it up a few times, but you know what? Just for good measure. There you are. Oh, did it just... Oh no, that's just muscle strain. I saw myself instantly get pain when I picked it up, and I was like, wait, did that fucking thing just bite me? No, I'm good. I would have laughed really hard if that was the thing. Gas evaporating in containers. I disagree, KTO. I think he meant exactly what he said. And that's the scariest part. I mean, maybe I'm just doom pilling. If I'm just doom pilling, then cool. But I think he meant exactly what he said. Because remember, what the fuck? Did I fail? I think I failed. I don't know if I've ever failed before. Holy shit, I actually failed. Huh. Okay, yeah, no, I let the generator run out. I'm glad I caught that before I went to sleep. Holy shit. I've never done that in all of Project Zomboid. I've never failed that hard. Maybe on Annie. So yeah, next time we'll definitely have to get more gas in the refills here. Well, I mean, we already have gasoline evaporation. It's already it already exists if you leave it in an open container. We are in need of a second sleep here. Yes, okay. KTO is on the same page as me then. Exactly. And that's the worst thing is I think he was actually talking about putting it in before any sort of mitigation. Because remember, he mentioned gas spoilage, but he didn't mention anything else about it. Let me put that away. Handles should go up here too. I'm going to go around and hit the other generators because they're not going to be far behind in that case. That one doesn't even have a can. Oops. Right. We've got perfectly good vehicles here. I'll just siphon. Yes, I do remember that. That was a lol. That was a LOL. Perhaps even an LMFAO. What the? How is this still on when I shut the generator off? Oh, I guess that generator over there reaches both lights. Okay. That has to be it. I'm actually going to use the generator, or the leftover gas that I have right now in this can to top up the roof if I need to. Hang on. This one should have exactly enough. I'm almost 2 hours late for my second bedtime here. It's not my fault that I fucked up. Actually, it is, but what can I say? I got excited and tunnel visioned really hard. Oops. Alright, second sleep is a go. It's rainy still, so we're not missing anything crucial. But that also means that it is August 8th. That is my projected RTB, so that's what we're going to be doing next stream. When will next stream be? I don't actually know 100% off the top of my head because I am supposed to work on site for the next 3 days. That has been a bit in flux. I might not be forced to go in. I might be forced to go in. In any case, I do need my days off, so I will probably not be streaming tomorrow morning. But there is a possibility of Wednesday streaming. That is in the air. Otherwise, my guaranteed days, if anybody's not familiar, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Those are the days where I'm definitely doing some Zomboid. So, yeah, let's wrap things up for today. I always get screenshots of your bases as they progress. Today we have ourselves a very lovely screenshot. Yeah, go over a little ways in this direction here. Beautiful. Got all my cars in the lot and the workshop. And I'll have our girl bid farewell here. Alrighty, folks. Catch y'all in the next one. Peace out and have a good one.